Chapter 1. In a year. The room fronted the west, but a black cloud, barred with red, robbed the hour of twilight's tranquil charm. Shadows haunted it, lurking in corners like spies set there to watch the man who stood among them, mute and motionless as if himself a shadow. His eye turned often to the window with a glance both vigilant and eager, yet saw nothing but a tropical luxuriance of foliage scarcely stirred by the sultry air, heavy with odours that seemed to oppress not refresh. He listened with the same intentness, yet heard only the clamour of voices, the tramp of feet, the chime of bells, the varied turmoil of a city when night is defrauded of its peace by being turned to day. He watched and waited for something. Presently it came. A viewless visitant, welcomed by longing soul and body as the man, with extended arms and parted lips, received the voiceless greeting of the breeze that came winging its way across the broad Atlantic, full of healthful cheer for a homesick heart. Far out he leaned, held back the thick-leaved boughs already msling with a grateful stir, chid the shrill bird beating its flame-coloured breast against its prison bars, and drank deep draughts of the blessed wind that seemed to cool the fever of his blood and give him back the vigour he had lost. A sudden light shone out behind him, filling the room with a glow that left no shadow in it. But he did not see the change, nor hear the step that broke the hush, nor turn to meet the woman who stood waiting for a lover's welcome. An indefinable air of sumptuous life surrounded her, and made the brilliant room a fitting frame for the figure standing there with warm-hued muslins blowing in the wind. A figure full of the affluent beauty of womanhood in its prime, bearing unmistakable marks of the polished pupil of the world in the grace that flowed through every motion, the art which taught each feature to play its part with the ease of second nature and mad address the foil to loveliness. The face was delicate and dark as a fine bronze, a low forehead set in shadowy waves of hair, eyes full of slumberous fire, and a passionate yet haughty mouth that seemed shaped alike for caresses and commands. A moment she watched the man before her, while over her countenance passed rapid variations of pride, resentment, and tenderness. Then with a stealthy step, an assured smile, she went to him and touched his hand, saying, in a voice inured to that language which seems made for lovers' lips only a month betrothed, and yet so cold and gloomy, "Adam." With a slight recoil, a glance of soft detestation veiled and yet visible, Warwick answered like a satiric echo, "Only a month betrothed, and yet so fond and jealous, Ottila." Unchilled by the action, undaunted by the look, the white arm took him captive, the beautiful face drew nearer, and the persuasive voice asked wistfully, "Was it of me you thought when you turned with that longing in your eye?" "No." "Was it of a fairer or a dearer friend than I?" "Yes." The black brows contracted ominously, the mouth grew hard, the eyes glittered, the arm became a closer bond, the entreaty a command. "Let me know the name, Adam." "Self-respect." She laughed low to herself, and the mobile features softened to their former tenderness as she looked up into that other face so full of an accusing significance which she would not understand. "I have waited 2 long hours, have you no kinder greeting, love?" "I have no truer one." "Ottila, if a man has done unwittingly a weak, unwise, or wicked act, what should he do when he discovers it?" "Repent and mend his ways, need I tell you that?" "I have repented, will you help me mend my ways?" "Confess, dear sinner, I will shrive you and grant absolution for the past, whatever it may be." "How much would you do for love of me?" "Anything for you, Adam." "Then give me back my liberty." He rose erect and stretched his hands to her with a gesture of entreaty, an expression of intense desire. Ottila fell back as if the forceful words and actions swept her from him. The smile died on her lips, a foreboding fear looked out at her eyes, and she asked incredulously, "Do you mean it?" "Yes, now, entirely, and forever." If he had lifted his strong arm and shook her, it would not have daunted with such pale dismay. An instant she stood like one who saw a chasm widening before her, which she had no power to cross. Then, as if disappointment was a thing impossible and unknown, she seized the imploring hands in a grasp that turned them white with its passionate pressure as she cried, "No, I will not." I have waited for your love so long I cannot give it up, you shall not take it from me. But as if the words had made the deed irrevocable, Warwick put her away, speaking with the stern accent of one who fears a traitor in himself. I cannot take from you what you never had. Stand there and hear me. No, I will have no blandishments to keep me from my purpose, no soft words to silence the hard ones I mean to speak, no more illusions to hide us from each other and ourselves. Adam, you are cruel. Better seem cruel than be treacherous, better wound your pride now than your heart hereafter, when too late you discover that I married you without confidence, respect, or love. For once in your life you shall hear the truth as plain as words can make it. You shall see me at my best as at my worst, you shall know what I have learned to find in you, shall look back into the life behind us, forward into the life before us, and if there be any candour in you I will wring from you an acknowledgment that you have led me into an unrighteous compact. Unrighteous, because you have deceived me in yourself, appealed to the baser, not the nobler instincts in me, and on such a foundation there can be no abiding happiness. Go on, I will hear you. And conscious that she could not control the will now thoroughly aroused, Ottila bent before it as if meekly ready to hear all things for love's sake. A disdainful smile passed over Warwick's face, as with an eye that fixed and held her own, he rapidly went on, never pausing to choose smooth phrases or soften facts, but seeming to find a relish in the utterance of bitter tmths after the honeyed falsehood he had listened to so long. Yet through all the harshness glowed the courage of an upright soul, the fervour of a generous heart. I know little of such things and care less, but I think few lovers pass through or foreseen such as this is to be, because few have known lives like ours, or one such as we. You a woman stronger for good or ill than those about you, I a man untamed by any law but that of my own will. Strength is royal, we both possess it, as kings and queens drop their titles in their closets, let us drop all disguises and see each other as God sees us. This compact must be broken, let me show you why. 3 months ago I came here to take the chill of an Arctic winter out of blood and brain. I have done so and am the worse for it. In melting frost I have kindled fire, a fire that will burn all virtue out of me unless I quench it at once. I mean to do so, because I will not keep the 10 commandments before men's eyes and break them every hour in my heart. He paused a moment, as if hotter words rose to his lips than generosity would let him utter, and when he spoke again there was more reproach than anger in his voice. Ottila, till I knew you I loved no woman but my mother, I wooed no wife, bought no mistress, desired no friend, but led a life austere as any monk's, asking only freedom and my work. Could you not let me keep my independence? Were there not men enough who would find no degradation in a spiritual slavery like this? Would nothing but my subjection satisfy your unconquerable appetite for power? Did I seek you, Adam? Yes. Not openly, I grant, your art was too fine for that, you shunned me that I might seek you to ask why. In interviews that seemed to come by chance, you tried every while a woman owns, and they are many. You wooed me as such as you alone can woo the hearts they know are hardest to be won. You made your society a refreshment in this climate of the passions, you hid your real self and feigned that for which I felt most honour. You entertained my beliefs with largest hospitality, encouraged my ambitions with a sympathy so genial that I thought it genuine, professed my scorn for shammai, and seemed an earnest woman, eager to find the true, to do the right, a fit wife for any man who desired a helpmate, not a toy. It showed much strength of wit and will to conceive and execute the design. It proved your knowledge of the virtues you could counterfeit so well, else I never should have been where I am now. Your commendation is deserved, though so ungently given, Adam. There will be no more of it. If I am ungentle, it is because I despise deceit, and you possess a guile that has given me my first taste of self-contempt, and the draught is bitter. Hear me out, for this reminiscence is my justification, you must listen to the one and accept the other. You seemed all this, but under the honest friendliness you showed lurked the purpose you have since avowed, to conquer most entirely the man who denied your right to rule by the supremacy of beauty or of sex alone. You saw the unsuspected fascination that detained me here when my better self said go. You allured my eye with loveliness, my ear with music, piqued curiosity, pampered pride, and subdued will by flatteries subtly administered. Beginning afar off, you let all influences do their work till the moment came for the effective stroke. Then you made a crowning sacrifice of maiden modesty and owned you loved me. Shame burned red on Ottila's dark cheek, and ire flamed up in her eyes, as the untamable spirit of the woman answered against her will. It was not made in vain, for, rebellious as you are, it subdued you, and with your own weapon, the bare TMTH. He had said truly, you shall see me at my best as at worst. She did, for putting pride underneath his feet he showed her a brave sincerity, which she could admire but never imitate, and in owning a defeat achieved a victory. You think I shall deny this? I do not, but acknowledge to the uttermost that, in spite of all resistance, I was conquered by a woman. If it affords you satisfaction to hear this, to know that it is hard to say, harder still to feel, take the ungenerous delight, I give it to you as an alms. But remember that if I have failed, no less have you. For in that stormy heart of yours there is no sentiment more powerful than that you feel for me, and through it you will receive the retribution you have brought upon yourself. You were elated with success, and forgot too soon the character you had so well supported. You thought love blinded me, but there was no love, and during this month I have learned to know you as you are. A woman of strong passions and weak principles, hungry for power and intent on pleasure, accomplished in deceit and reckless in trampling on the nobler instincts of a gifted but neglected nature. Ottila, I have no faith in you, feel no respect for the passion you inspire, own no allegiance to the dominion you assert. You cannot throw it off, it is too late. It was a rash defiance, she saw that as it passed her lips, and would have given much to have recalled it. The stern gravity of Warwick's face flashed into a stern indignation. His eye shone like steel, but his voice dropped lower and his hand closed like a vice as he said, with the air of one who cannot conceal but can control sudden wrath at a taunt to which past weakness gives a double sting. It never is too late. If priests stood ready, and I had sworn to marry you within the hour, I would break the oath, and God would pardon it, for no man has a right to embrace temptation and damn himself by a lifelong lie. You choose to make it a hard battle for me, you are neither an honest friend nor a generous foe. No matter, I have fallen into an ambuscade and must cut my way out as I can, and as I will, for there is enough of this devil's work in the world without our adding to it. You cannot escape with honor, Adam. I cannot remain with honor. Do not taunt me too hardly, Ottila. I am not patient, but I do desire to be just. I confess my weakness, will not that satisfy you? Blazon your wrong as you esteem it, ask sympathy of those who see not as I see, reproach, defy, lament. I will bear it all, will make any other sacrifice as an atonement, but I will hold fast mine integrity and obey a higher law than your world recognizes, both for your sake and my own. She watched him as he spoke, and to herself confessed a slavery more absolute than any he had known, for with a pang she felt that she had indeed fallen into the snare she spread for him, and in this man, who dared to own his weakness and her power, she had found a master. Was it too late to keep him? She knew that soft appeals were vain, tears like water on a rock, and with the skill that had subdued him once she endeavoured to retrieve her blunder by an equanimity which had more effect than prayers or protestations. Warwick had read her well, had shown her herself stripped of all disguises, and left her no defence but tardy candour. She had the wisdom to see this, the wit to use it and restore the shadow of the power whose substance she had lost. Leaving her beauty to its silent work, she fixed on him eyes whose lustre was quenched in unshed tears, and said with an earnest, humble voice, I, too, desire to be just. I will not reproach, defer, or lament, but leave my fate to you. I am all you say, yet in your judgment remember mercy, and believe that at 25 there is still hope for the noble but neglected nature, still time to repair the faults of birth, education, and orphanhood. You say, I have a daring will, a love of conquest. Can I not will to overcome myself and do it? Can I not learn to be the woman I have seemed? Love has worked greater miracles, may it not work this? I have longed to be a huer creature than I am, have seen my wasted gifts, felt my capacity for better things, and looked for help from many sources, but never found it till you came. Do you wonder that I tried to make it mine? Adam, you are a self-elected missionary to the world's afflicted, you can look beyond external poverty and see the indigence of souls. I am a pauper in your eyes, stretch out your hand and save me from myself. Straight through the one vulnerable point in the man's pride went this appeal to the man's pity. Indignation could not turn it aside, contempt blunt its edge, or wounded feeling lessen its force, and yet it failed, for in Adam Warwick justice was stronger than mercy, reason than impulse, head than heart. Experience was a teacher whom he trusted, he had weighed this woman and found her wanting, truth was not in her, the patient endeavour, the hard-won success so possible to many was hardly so to her, and a union between them could bring no lasting good to either. He knew this, had decided it in a calmer hour than the present, and by that decision he would now abide proof against all attacks from without or from within. More gently, but as inflexibly as before, he said, I do put out my hand and offer you the same bitter draught of self-contempt that proved a tonic to my own weak will. I can help, pity, and forgive you heartily, but I dare not marry you. The tie that binds us is a passion of the senses, not a love of the soul. You lack the moral sentiment that makes all gifts and graces subservient to the virtues that render womanhood a thing to honor as well as love. I can relinquish youth, beauty, worldly advantages, but I must reverence above all others the woman whom marry, and feel an affection that elevates me by quickening all that is noblest and manliest in me. With you I should be either a tyrant or a slave. I will be neither, but go solitary all my life rather than rashly mortgage the freedom kept inviolate so long, or let the impulse of an hour mar the worth of coming years. Bent and broken by the unanswerable accusations of what seemed a conscience in human shape, Ottila had sunk down before him with an abandonment as native to her as the indomitable will which still refused to relinquish hope even in despair. Go, she said, I am not worthy of salvation. Yet it is hard, very hard, to lose the one motive strong enough to save me, the one sincere affection of my life. Warwick had expected a tempestuous outbreak at his decision. This entire submission touched him, for in the last words of her brief lament he detected the accent of truth, and longed to answer it. He paused, searching for the just thing to be done. Ottila, with hidden face, watched while she wept, and waited hopefully for the relenting sign. In silence the two, a modern Samson and Delilah, waged the old war that has gone on ever since the strong locks were shorn and the temple fell, a war which fills the world with unmated pairs and the long train of evils arising from marriages made from impulse, and not principle. As usual, the most generous was worsted. The silence pleaded well for Ottila, and when Warwick spoke it was to say impetuously, you are right. It is hard that when two are one alone should suffer. I should have been wise enough to see the danger, brave enough to fly from it. I was not, and I owe you some reparation for the pain my folly brings you. I offer you the best, because the hardest, sacrifice that I can make. You say love can work miracles, and that yours is the sincerest affection of your life, prove it. In 12 months you conquered me, can you conquer yourself in 12? Try me. I will. Nature takes a year for her harvests, I give you the same for yours. If you will devote one half the energy and care to this work that you devoted to that other, will earnestly endeavour to cherish all that is womanly and noble in yourself, and through desire for another's respect earn your own, I, too, will toil to make myself a fitter mate for any woman, and keep our troth unbroken for a year. Can I do more? I dared not ask so much. I have not deserved it, but I will. Only love me, Adam, and let me save myself too of you. Flushed and trembling with delight she rose, sure the trial was safely passed, but found that for herself a new one had begun. Warwick offered his hand. Farewell, then. Going? Surely you will stay and help me too off my long probation? No, if your desire has any worth you can work it out alone. We should be hindrances to one another, and the labor be ill done. Where will you go? Not far, Adam. Straight to the north. This luxurious life enervates me, the pestilence of slavery lurks in the air and infects me, I must build myself up anew and find again the man I was. When must you go? Not soon. At once. I shall hear from you. Not till I come. But I shall need encouragement, shall grow hungry for a word, a thought from you. A year is very long to wait and work alone. Eloquently she pleaded with voice and eyes and tender lips, but Warwick did not yield. If the test be tried at all it must be fairly tried. We must stand entirely apart and see what saving virtue lies in self-denial and self-help. You will forget me, Adam. Some woman with a calmer heart than mine will teach you to love as you desire to love, and when my work is done it will be all in vain. Never in vain if it be well done, for such labor is its own reward. Have no fear, one such lesson will last a lifetime. Do your part heartily, and I will keep my pledge until the year is out. And then, what then? If I see in you the progress both should desire, if this tie bears the test of time and absence, and we find any basis for an abiding union, then, Ottila, I will marry you. But if meanwhile that colder, calmer woman comes to you, what then? Then I will not marry you. Ah, your promise is a man's vow, made only to be broken. I have no faith in you. I think you may have. There will be no time for more folly, I must repair the loss of many wasted days, nay, not wasted if I have learned this lesson well. Rest secure, it is impossible that I should love. You believed that 2 months ago and yet you are a lover now. Ottila smiled an exultant smile, and Warwick acknowledged his proven fallibility by a haughty flush and a frank amendment. Let it stand, then, that if I love again I am to wait in silence till the year is out and you absolve me from my pledge. Does that satisfy you? It must. But you will come, whatever changes may befall you. Promise me I promise it. Going so soon? Oh, wait a little. When a duty is to be done, do it at once, delay is dangerous. Good night. Give me some remembrance of you. I have nothing, for you are not a generous lover. Generous in deeds, Ottila. I have given you a year's liberty, a dear gift from one who values it more than life. Now I add this. He drew her to him, kissed the red mouth and looked down upon her with a glance that made his man's face as pitiful as any woman's as he let her lean there happy in the hope given at such cost. For a moment nothing stirred in the room but the soft whisper of the wind. For a moment Warwick's austere life looked hard to him, love seemed sweet, submission possible, for in all the world this was the only woman who clung to him, and it was beautiful to cherish and be cherished after years of solitude. A long sigh of desire and regret broke from him, and at the sound a stealthy smile touched Ottila's lips as she whispered, with a velvet cheek against his own love, "You will stay." "I will not stay." And like one who cries out sharply within himself, he broke away. "Adam, come back to me. Come back. Get thee behind me." He looked over his shoulder, saw the fair woman in the heart of the warm glow, heard her cry of love and longing, knew the life of luxurious ease that waited for him, but steadily went out into the night, only answering, "In a year." Chapter 11. Whims. "Come, Sylvia, it is 9 o'clock. Little slug a bed, don't you mean to get up today, said Miss Yule, bustling into her sister's room with the wide-awake appearance of one to whom sleep was a necessary evil, to be endured and gotten over as soon as possible. No, why should I? And Sylvia turned her face away from the flood of light that poured into the room as PME put aside the curtains and flung up the window. Why should you? What a question, unless you are ill. I was afraid you would suffer for that long row yesterday, and my predictions seldom fail. I am not suffering from any cause whatever, and your prediction does fail this time. I am only tired of everybody and everything, and see nothing worth getting up for, so I shall just stay here till I do. Please put the curtain down and leave me in peace. Prue had dropped her voice to the foreboding tone so irritating to nervous persons whether sick or well, and Sylvia laid her arm across her eyes with an impatient gesture as she spoke sharply. Nothing worth getting up for, cried Prue, like an aggravating echo. Why, child, there are 100 pleasant things to do if you would only think so. Now don't be dismal and mope away this lovely day. Get up and try my plan. Have a good breakfast, read the papers, and then work in your garden before it grows too warm. That is wholesome exercise and you've neglected it sadly of late. I don't wish any breakfast. I hate newspapers, they are so full of lies. I'm tired of the garden, for nothing goes right this year, and I detest taking exercise merely because it's wholesome. No, I'll not get up for that. Then stay in the house and draw, read, or practice. Sit with Mark in the studio, give Miss Hemming directions about your summer things, or go into town about your bonnet. There is a matinee, try that, or make calls, for you owe 50 at least. Now I'm sure there's employment enough and amusement enough for any reasonable person. Prue looked triumphant, but Sylvia was not a reasonable person and went on in her former despondingly petulant strain. I'm tired of drawing, my head is a jumble of other people's ideas already, and Herr Pedelstam has put the piano out of tune. Mark always makes a model of me if I go to him, and I don't like to see my eyes, arms, or hair in all his pictures. Miss Hemming's gossip is worse than fussing over new things that I don't need. Bonnets are my torment, and matinees are wearisome, for people whisper and flirt till the music is spoiled. Making calls is the worst of all, for what pleasure or profit is there in running from place to place to tell the same polite fibs over and over again, and listen to scandal that makes you pity or despise your neighbours? I shall not get up for any of these things. Prue leaned on the bedpost meditating with an anxious face till a forlorn hope appeared which caused her to exclaim, Mark and I are going to see Geoffrey Moore, this morning, just home from Switzerland, where his poor sister died, you know. You really ought to come with us and welcome him, for though you can hardly remember him, he's been so long away, still, as one of the family, it is a proper compliment on your part. The drive will do you good, Geoffrey will be glad to see you, it is a lovely old place, and as you never saw the inside of the house you cannot complain that you are tired of that yet. Yes, I can, for it will never seem as it has done, and I can no longer go where I please now that a master's presence spoils its freedom and solitude for me. I don't know him, and don't care to, though his name is so familiar. New people always disappoint me, especially if I've heard them praised ever since I was born. I shall not get up for any Geoffrey Moore, so that bait fails. Sylvia smiled involuntarily at her sister's defeat, but Prue fell back upon her last resource in times like this. With a determined gesture she plunged her hand into an abysmal pocket, and from a miscellaneous collection of treasures selected a tiny vial, presenting it to Sylvia with a half-pleading, half-authoritative look and tone. I'll leave you in peace if you'll only take a dose of chamomilla. It is so soothing, that instead of tiring yourself with all manner of fancies, you'll drop into a quiet sleep, and by noon be ready to get up like a civilized being. Do take it, dear, just 4 sugar plums, and I'm satisfied. Sylvia received the bottle with a docile expression, but the next minute it flew out of the window, to be shivered on the walk below, while she said, laughing like a wilful creature as she was, "I have taken it in the only way I ever shall, and the sparrows can try its soothing effects with me, so be satisfied." "Very well. I shall send for Dr. Baum, for I'm convinced that you are going to be ill. I shall say no more, but act as I think proper, because it's like talking to the wind to reason with you in one of these perverse fits." As Prue turned away, Sylvia frowned and called after her, "Spare yourself the trouble, for Dr. Baum will follow the chamomilla, if you bring him here. What does he know about health, a fat German, looking lager beer and talking sauerkraut? Bring me bona fide sugar plums and I'll take them, but arsenic, mercury, and nightshade are not to my taste. Would you feel insulted if I ask whether your breakfast is to be sent up, or kept waiting till you choose to come down?" Prue looked rigidly calm, but Sylvia knew that she felt hurt, and with one of the sudden impulses which ruled her the frown melted to a smile, as drawing her sister down she kissed her in her most loving manner. "Dear old soul, I'll be good by and by, but now I'm tired and cross, so let me keep out of everyone's way and drowse myself into a cheerier frame of mind. I want nothing but solitude, a draught of water, and a kiss." Prue was mollified at once, and after stirring fussily about for several minutes gave her sister all she asked, and departed to the myriad small cares that made her happiness. As the door closed, Sylvia sighed a long sigh of relief, and folding her arms under her head drifted away into the land of dreams, where ennui is unknown. All the long summer morning she lay wrapped in sleeping and waking dreams, forgetful of the world about her, till her brother played the wedding march upon her door on his way to lunch. The desire to avenge the sudden downfall of a lovely castle in the air roused Sylvia, and sent her down to skirmish with Mark. Before she could say a word, however, Prue began to talk in a steady stream, for the good soul had a habit of jumbling news, gossip, private opinions and public affairs into a colloquial hodgepodge, that was often as awing to the intellects as the risibles of her hearers. "Sylvia, we had a charming call, and Geoffrey sent his love to you. I asked him over to dinner, and we shall dine at 6, because then my father can be with us. I shall have to go to town first, for there are a dozen things suffering for attention. You can't wear a round hat and lawn jackets without a particle of set all summer. I want some things for dinner, and the carpet must be got. What a lovely one Geoffrey had in the library. Then I must see if poor Mrs. Beck has had her leg comfortably off, find out if Freddie Lennox is dead, and order home the mosquito nettings. Now don't read all the afternoon, and be ready to receive anyone who may come if I should get belated." The necessity of disposing of a suspended mouthful produced a lull, and Sylvia seized the moment to ask in a careless way, intended to bring her brother out upon his favourite topic, "How did you find your saint, Mark?" "The same sunshiny soul as ever, though he has had enough to make him old and grave before his time. He is just what we need in our neighbourhood, and particularly in our house, for we are a dismal set at times, and he will do us all a world of good. What will become of me, with a pious, prosy, perfect creature eternally haunting the house and exhorting me on the error of my ways?" cried Sylvia. "Don't disturb yourself, he is not likely to take much notice of you, and it is not for an indolent, freakish midge to scoff at a man whom she does not know, and couldn't appreciate if she did," was Mark's lofty reply. "I rather liked the appearance of the saint, however," said Sylvia, with an expression of naughty malice, as she began her lunch. "Why, where did you see him?" exclaimed her brother. "I went over there yesterday to take a farewell run in the neglected garden before he came. I knew he was expected, but not that he was here, and when I saw the house open, I slipped in and peeped wherever I liked. You are right, Prue, it is a lovely old place. Now I know you did something dreadfully unladylike and improper. Put me out of suspense, I beg of you." Prue's distressful face and Mark's surprise produced an inspiring effect upon Sylvia, who continued, with an air of demure satisfaction, "I strolled about, enjoying myself, till I got into the library, and there I rummaged, for it was a charming place, and I was happy as only those are who love books, and feel their influence in the silence of a room whose finest ornaments they are. I hope Moore came in and found you trespassing? No, I went out and caught him playing. When I'd stayed as long as I dared, and borrowed a very interesting old book, Sylvia. Did you really take one without asking? Cried PME, looking almost as much alarmed as if she had stolen the spoons. Yes, why not? I can apologize prettily, and it will open the way for more. I intend to browse over that library for the next 6 months. But it was such a liberty, so nude, so dear, and he as fond and careful of his books as if they were his children. Well, I wash my hands of it, and am prepared for anything now. Mark enjoyed Sylvia's pranks too much to reprove, so he only laughed while one sister lamented and the other placidly went on. When I had put the book nicely in my pocket, Prue, I walked into the garden. But before I'd picked a single flower, I heard little Tilly laugh behind the hedge and some strange voice talking to her. So I hopped upon a roller to see, and nearly tumbled off again, for there was a man lying on the grass, with the gardener's children rioting over him. Will was picking his pockets, and Tilly eating strawberries out of his hat, often thrusting one into the mouth of her long neighbour, who always smiled when the little hand came fumbling at his lips. You ought to have seen the pretty picture, Mark. Did he see the interesting picture on your side of the wall? No, I was just thinking what friendly eyes he had, listening to his pleasant talk with the little folks, and watching how they nestled to him as if he were a girl, when Tilly looked up and cried, I see silver. So I ran away, expecting to have them all come racing after. But no one appeared, and I only heard a laugh instead of the stop thief that I deserved. If I had time I should convince you of the impropriety of such wild actions. As I haven't, I can only implore you never to do so again on Geoffrey's premises, said Prue, rising as the carriage drove round. I can safely promise that, answered Sylvia, with a dismal shake of the head, as she leaned listlessly from the window till her brother and sister were gone. At the appointed time Moore entered Mr. Yule's hospitably open door, but no one came to meet him, and the house was as silent as if nothing human inhabited it. He divined the cause of this, having met Prue and Mark going downward some hours before, and saying to himself, the boat is late. He disturbed no one, but strolled into the drawing-rooms and looked about him. Being one of those who seldom find time heavy on their hands, he amused himself with observing what changes had been made during his absence. His journey round the apartments was not a long one, for, coming to an open window, he paused with an expression of mingled wonder and amusement. A pile of cushions, pulled from chair and sofa, lay before the long window, looking Velwire like a newly deserted nest. A warm-hued picture lifted from the wall stood in a streak of sunshine, a half-cleared leaf of fruit lay on a taboret, and beside it, with a red stain on its title page, appeared the stolen book. At sight of this Moore frowned, caught up his desecrated darling and put it in his pocket. But as he took another glance at the various indications of what had evidently been a solitary revel very much after his own heart, he relented, laid back the book, and, putting aside the curtain floating in the wind, looked out into the garden, attracted thither by the sound of a spade. A lad was at work nearby, and wondering what new inmate the house had gained, the neglected guest waited to catch a glimpse of the unknown face. A slender boy, in a foreign-looking blouse of grey linen, a white collar lay over a ribbon at the throat, stout half-boots covered a trim pair of feet, and a broad-brimmed hat flapped low on the forehead. Whistling softly he dug with active gestures, and, having made the necessary cavity, set a shmb, filled up the hole, trod it down scientifically, and then fell back to survey the success of his labours. But something was amiss, something had been forgotten, for suddenly up came the shrub, and seizing a wheelbarrow that stood nearby, away rattled the boy round the corner out of sight. Moore smiled at his impetuosity, and awaited his return with interest, suspecting from appearances that this was some protege of Mark's employed as a model as well as gardener's boy. Presently up the path came the lad, with head down and steady pace, ndling a barrow full of rich earth, surmounted by a watering pot. Never stopping for breath, he fell to work again, enlarged the hole, flung in the loam, poured in the water, reset the shrub, and when the last stamp and pat were given, performed a little dance of triumph about it, at the close of which he pulled off his hat and began to fan his heated face. The action caused the observer to start and look again, thinking, as he recognized the energetic worker with a smile, what a changeful thing it is. Haunting one's premises unseen, and stealing one's books unsuspected, dreaming one half the day and masquerading the other half. What will happen next? Let us see but not be seen, lest the boy turn shy and run away before the pretty play is done. Holding the curtain between the window and himself, Moore peeped through the semi-transparent screen, enjoying the little episode immensely. Sylvia fanned and rested a few minutes, then went up and down among the flowers, often pausing to break a dead leaf, to brush away some harmful insect, or lift some struggling plant into the light, moving among them as if akin to them, and cognizant of their sweet wants. If she had seemed strong-armed and sturdy as a boy before, now she was tender-fingered as a woman, and went humming here and there like any happy-hearted bee. Curious child, thought Moore, watching the sunshine glitter on her uncovered head, and listening to the air she left half-sung. I've a great desire to step out and see how she will receive me. Not like any other girl, I fancy. But, before he could execute his design, the roll of a carriage was heard in the avenue, and pausing an instant, with head erect like a startled doe, Sylvia turned and vanished, dropping flowers as she ran. Mr. Yule, accompanied by his son and daughter, came hurrying in with greetings, explanations, and apologies, and in a moment the house was full of a pleasant stir. Steps went up and down, voices echoed through the rooms, savagely odors burst forth from below, and doors swung in the wind, as if the spell was broken and the sleeping palace had wakened with a word. Prue made a hasty toilet and harassed the cook to the verge of spontaneous combustion, while Mark and his father devoted themselves to their guest. Just as dinner was announced, Sylvia came in, as calm and cool as if wheelbarrows were myths and linen suits unknown. Moore was welcomed with a quiet handshake, a grave salutation, and a look that seemed to say, "Wait a little, I take no friends on trust." All flew off dinner. Though she sat as silent as a well-bred child, she looked and listened with an expression of keen intelligence that children do not wear, and sometimes smiled to herself, as if she saw or heard something that pleased and interested her. When they rose from table she followed Prue upstairs, quite forgetting the disarray in which the drawing-room was left. The gentleman took possession before either sister returned, and Mark's annoyance found vent in a philippic against oddities in general and Sylvia in particular, but his father and friend sat in the cushionless chairs, and pronounced the scene amusingly novel. Prue appeared in the midst of the laugh, and having discovered other delinquencies above, her patience was exhausted, and her regrets found no check in the presence of so old a friend as Moore. "Something must be done about that child, father, for she is getting entirely beyond my control. If I attempt to make her study, she writes poetry instead of her exercises, draws caricatures instead of sketching properly, and bewilders her music teacher by asking questions about Beethoven and Mendelssohn, as if they were personal friends of his. If I beg her to take exercise, she rides like an Amazon all over the island, grubs in the garden as if for her living, or goes paddling about the bay till I'm distracted lest the tide should carry her out to sea. She is so wanting in moderation she gets ill, and when I give her proper medicines she flings them out of the window, and threatens to send that worthy, Dr. Baum, after them. Yet she must need something to set her right, for she is either overflowing with unnatural spirits or melancholy enough to break one's heart. What have you done with the little black sheep of my flock? Not banished her, I hope," said Mr. Yule, placidly, ignoring all complaints. "She is in the garden, attending to some of her disagreeable pets, I fancy. If you are going out there to smoke, please send her in, Mark, I want her." As Mr. Yule was evidently yearning for his after-dinner nap, and Mark for his cigar, Moore followed his friend, and they stepped through the window into the garden, now lovely with the fading glow of summer sunset. You must know that this peculiar little sister of mine clings to some of her childish beliefs and pleasures in spite of PME's preaching and my raillery, began Mark, after a refreshing whiff or two. She is overflowing with love and goodwill, but being too shy or too proud to offer it to her fellow creatures, she expends it upon the necessitous inhabitants of earth, air, and water with the most charming philanthropy. Her dependents are neither beautiful nor very interesting, nor is she sentimentally enamoured of them, but the more ugly and desolate the creature, the more devoted is she. Look at her now, most young ladies would have hysterics over any one of those pets of hers. Moore looked, and thought the group a very pretty one, though a plump toad sat at Sylvia's feet, a roly-poly caterpillar was walking up her sleeve, a blind bird chirped on her shoulder, bees buzzed harmlessly about her head, as if they mistook her for a flower, and in her hand a little field mouse was breathing its short life away. Any tender-hearted girl might have stood thus surrounded by helpless things that pity had endeared, but few would have regarded them with an expression like that which Sylvia wore. Figure, posture, and employment were so childlike in their innocent unconsciousness, that the contrast was all the more strongly marked between them and the sweet thoughtfulness that made her face singularly attractive with the charm of dawning womanhood. Moore spoke before Mark could dispose of his smoke. "This is a great improvement upon the boudoir full of lapdogs, worsted work and novels, Miss Sylvia. May I ask if you feel no repugnance to some of your patients, or is your charity strong enough to beautify them all? I dislike many people, but few animals, because however ugly I pity them, and whatever I pity I am sure to love. It may be silly, but I think it does me good, and till I am wise enough to help my fellow beings, I try to do my duty to these humbler sufferers, and find them both grateful and affectionate." There was something very winning in the girl's manner as she spoke, touching the little creature in her hand almost as tenderly as if it had been a child. It showed the newcomer another phase of this many-sided character, and while Sylvia related the histories of her pets at his request, he was enjoying that finer history which every ingenuous soul writes on its owner's countenance for gifted eyes to read and love. As she paused, the little mouse lay stark and still in her gentle hand, and though they smiled at themselves, both young men felt like boys again as they helped her scoop a grave among the pansies, owning the beauty of compassion, though she showed it to them in such a simple shape. Then Mark delivered his message, and Sylvia went away to receive Prue's lecture, with outward meekness, but such an absent mind that the words oath wisdom went by her like the wind. "Now come and take our twilight stroll, while Mark keeps Mr. Moore in the studio and Prue prepares another exhortation," said Sylvia, as her father woke, and taking his arm, they paced along the wide piazza that encircled the whole house. "Will father do me a little favor?" "That is all he lives for, dear." "Then his life is a very successful one," and the girl folded her other hand over that already on his arm. Mr. Yule shook his head with a regretful sigh, but asked benignly, "What shall I do for my little daughter?" "Forbid Mark to execute a plot with which he threatens me. He says he will bring every gentleman he knows, and that is a great many, to the house, and make it so agreeable that they will keep coming, for he insists that I need amusement, and nothing will be so entertaining as a lover or two. Please tell him not to, for I don't want any lovers yet." "Why not?" asked her father, much amused at her twilight confidences. "I'm afraid. Love is so cruel to some people, I feel as if it would be to me, for I am always in extremes, and continually going wrong while trying to go right. Love bewilders the wisest, and it would make me quite blind or mad, I know, therefore I'd rather have nothing to do with it, for a long, long while." "Then Mark shall be forbidden to bring a single specimen. I very much prefer to keep you as you are. And yet you may be happier to do as others do. Try it, if you like, my dear." "But I can't do as others do, I've tried, and failed. Last winter, when Prue made me go about, though people probably thought me a stupid little thing, moping in corners, I was enjoying myself in my own way, and making discoveries that have been very useful ever since. I know I'm whimsical, and hard to please, and have no doubt the fault was in myself, but I was disappointed in nearly everyone I met, though I went into what Prue calls our best society. The girls seemed all made on the same pattern, they all said, did, thought, and wore about the same things, and knowing one was as good as knowing a dozen. Jessie Hope was the only one I cared much for, and she is so pretty, she seems made to be looked at and loved. How did you find the young gentlemen, Sylvia? Still worse, for, though lively enough among themselves, they never found it worth their while to offer us any conversation but such as was very like the champagne and ice cream they brought us, sparkling, sweet, and unsubstantial. Almost all of them wore the superior air they put on before women, an air that says as plainly as words, I may ask you and I may not. Now that is very exasperating to those who care no more for them than so many grasshoppers, and I often long to take the conceit out of them by telling some of the criticisms passed upon them by the amiable young ladies who looked as if waiting to say meekly, yes, thank you. Don't excite yourself, my dear, it is all very lamentable and laughable, but we must submit till the world learns better. There are often excellent young persons among the grasshoppers, and if you cared to look you might find a pleasant friend here and there, said Mr. Yule, leaning a little toward his son's view of the matter. No, I cannot even do that without being laughed at, for no sooner do I mention the word friendship than people nod wisely and look as if they said, oh, yes, every one knows what that sort of thing amounts to. I should like a friend, father, someone beyond home, because he would be newer, a man, old or young, I don't care which, because men go where they like, see things with their own eyes, and have more to tell if they choose. I want a person simple, wise, and entertaining, and I think I should make a very grateful friend if such an one was kind enough to like me. I think you would, and perhaps if you try to be more like others you will find friends as they do, and so be happy, Sylvia. I cannot be like others, and their friendships would not satisfy me. I don't try to be odd, I long to be quiet and satisfied, but I cannot, and when I do what Prue calls wild things, it is not because I am thoughtless or idle, but because I am trying to be good and happy. The old ways fail, so I attempt new ones, hoping they will succeed, but they don't, and I still go looking and longing for happiness, yet always failing to find it, till sometimes I think I am a born disappointment. Perhaps love would bring the happiness, my dear. I'm afraid not, but, however that may be, I shall never go running about for a lover as half my mates do. When the true one comes I shall know him, love him at once, and cling to him forever, no matter what may happen. Till then I want a friend, and I will find one if I can. Don't you believe there may be real and simple friendships between men and women without falling into this everlasting sea of love? Mr. Yule was laughing quietly under cover of the darkness, but composed himself to answer gravely, yes, for some of the most beautiful and famous friendships have been such, and I see no reason why there may not be again. Look about, Sylvia, make yourself happy, and, whether you find friend or lover, remember there is always the old papa glad to do his best for you in both capacities. Sylvia's hand crept to her father's shoulder, and her voice was full of daughterly affection, as she said, I'll have no lover but the old papa for a long while yet. But I will look about, and if I am fortunate enough to find and good enough to keep the person I want, I shall be very happy, for, father, I really think I need a friend. Here Mark called his sister in to sing to them, a demand that would have been refused but for a promise to Prue to behave her best as an atonement for past pranks. Stepping in she sat down and gave Moore another surprise, as from her slender throat there came a voice whose power and pathos made a tragedy of the simple ballad she was singing. Why did you choose that plaintive thing, all about love, despair, and death? It quite breaks one's heart to hear it, said Prue, pausing in a mental estimate of her morning's shopping. It came into my head, and so I sung it. Now I'll try another, for I am bound to please you if I can." And she broke out again with an airy melody as jubilant as if a lark had mistaken moonlight for the dawn and soared skyward, singing as it went. So blithe and beautiful were both voice and song they caused a sigh of pleasure, a sensation of keen delight in the listener, and seemed to gift the singer with an unsuspected charm. As she ended, Sylvia turned about, and seeing the satisfaction of their guest in his face, prevented him from expressing it in words by saying, in her frank way, "Never mind the compliments. I know my voice is good, for that you may thank nature, that it is well trained, for that praise Herr Pedelstum, and that you have heard it at all, you owe to my desire to atone for certain trespasses of yesterday and today, because I seldom sing before strangers. Allow me to offer my hearty thanks to nature, Pedelstum, and penitence, and also to hope that in time I may be regarded, not as a stranger, but a neighbour and a friend." Something in the gentle emphasis of the last words snuck pleasantly on the girl's ear, and seemed to answer an unspoken longing. She looked up at him with a searching glance, appeared to find some assurance given by looks, and as a smile broke over her face she offered her hand as if obeying a sudden impulse, and said, half to him, half to herself, "I think I have found the friend already." Chapter 111. Afloat. Sylvia sat sewing in the sunshine with an expression on her face half mirthful, half melancholy, as she looked backward to the girlhood just ended, and forward to the womanhood just beginning, for on that midsummer day, she was 18. Voices roused her from her reverie, and, looking up, she saw her brother approaching with two friends, their neighbour Geoffrey Moore and his guest Adam Warwick. Her first impulse was to throw down her work and run to meet them, her second to remember her new dignity and sit still, awaiting them with well-bred composure, quite unconscious that the white figure among the vines added a picturesque finish to the quiet summer scene. They came up warm and merry, with a brisk row across the bay, and Sylvia met them with a countenance that gave a heartier welcome than her words, as she greeted the neighbour cordially, the stranger courteously, and began to gather up her work when they seated themselves in the bamboo chairs scattered about the wide piazza. "You need not disturb yourself," said Mark. "We are only making this a way station, en route for the studio. Can you tell me where my knapsack is to be found? After one of Prue's stowages, nothing short of a divining rod will discover it, I'm afraid. I know where it is." "Are you going away again so soon, Mark?" "Only a 2 days' trip up the river with these mates of mine." "No, Sylvia, it can't be done." "I did not say anything." "Not in words, but you looked a whole volley of 'can't I goes,' and I answered it." "No girl but you would dream of such a thing. You hate picnics, and as this will be a long and rough one, don't you see how absurd it would be for you to tour it?" "I don't quite see it, Mark, for this would not be an ordinary picnic, it would be like a little romance to me, and I had rather have it than any birthday present you could give me. We used to have such happy times together before we were grown up, I don't like to be so separated now. But if it is not best, I'm sorry that I even looked a wish." Sylvia tried to keep both disappointment and desire out of her voice as she spoke, though a most intense longing had taken possession of her when she heard of a projected pleasure so entirely after her own heart. But there was an unconscious reproach in her last words, a mute appeal in the wistful eyes that looked across the glittering bay to the green hills beyond. Now, Mark was both fond and proud of the young sister, who, while he was studying art abroad, had studied nature at home, till the wayward but winning child had bloomed into a most attractive girl. He remembered her devotion to him, his late neglect of her, and longed to make atonement. With elevated eyebrows and inquiring glances, he turned from one friend to another. Moore nodded and smiled, Warwick nodded, and sighed privately, and having taken the sense of the meeting by a new style of vote, Mark suddenly announced, "You can go if you like, Sylvia." "What?" cried his sister, starting up with a characteristic impetuosity that sent her basket tumbling down the steps, and crowned her dozing cat with Prue's nightcap frills. "Do you mean it, Mark? Wouldn't it spoil your pleasure, Mr. Moore? Shouldn't I be a trouble, Mr. Warwick? Tell me frankly, for if I can go I shall be happier than I can express." The gentlemen smiled at her eagerness, but as they saw the altered face she turned toward them, each felt already repaid for any loss of freedom they might experience hereafter, and gave unanimous consent. Upon receipt of which Sylvia felt inclined to dance about the three and bless them audibly, but restrained herself, and beamed upon them in a state of wordless gratitude pleasant to behold. Having given a rash consent, Mark now thought best to offer a few obstacles to enhance its value and tore his sister's mettle. "Don't ascend into the air like a young balloon, child, but hear the conditions upon which you go, for if you fail to work 3 miracles it is all over with you. Firstly, the consent of the higher powers, for father will dread all sorts of dangers, you are such a freakish creature, and PME will be scandalized because trips like this are not the fashion for young ladies. Consider that point settled and go on to the next," said Sylvia, who, having ruled the house ever since she was born, had no fears of success with either father or sister. "Secondly, you must do yourself up in as compact a parcel as possible, for though you little women are very ornamental on land, you are not very convenient for transportation by water. Cambric gowns and French slippers are highly appropriate and agreeable at the present moment, but must be sacrificed to the stern necessities of the case. You must make a dowdy of yourself in some usefully shone, scant, dingy costume, which will try the nerves of all beholders, and triumphantly prove that women were never meant for such excursions." "Wait 5 minutes and I'll triumphantly prove to the contrary," answered Sylvia, as she ran into the house. Her 5 minutes was sufficiently elastic to cover 15, for she was ravaging her wardrobe to effect her purpose and convince her brother, whose artistic tastes she consulted, with a skill that did her good service in the end. Rapidly assuming a grey gown, with a jaunty jacket of the same, she kilted the skirt over one of green, the pedestrian length of which displayed boots of uncompromising thickness. Over her shoulder, by a broad ribbon, she slung a prettily wrought pouch, and ornamented her hat pilgrim-wise with a cockle shell. Then taking her brother's alpenstock she crept down, and standing in the doorway presented a little figure all in grey and green, like the earth she was going to wander over, and a face that blushed and smiled and shone as she asked demurely, "Please, Mark, am I picturesque and convenient enough to go?" He wheeled about and stared approvingly, forgetting cause in effect till Warwick began to laugh like a many-bass viol, and Moore joined him, saying, "Come, Mark, own that you are conquered, and let us turn our commonplace voyage into a pleasure pilgrimage, with a lively lady to keep us knights and gentlemen wherever we are. I say no more, only remember, Sylvia, if you get burnt, drowned, or blown away, I'm not responsible for the damage, and shall have the satisfaction of saying, 'There, I told you so.'" "That satisfaction may be mine when I come home quite safe and well," replied Sylvia, serenely. "Now for the last condition." Warwick looked with interest from the sister to the brother, for, being a solitary man, domestic scenes and relations possessed the charm of novelty to him. "Thirdly, you are not to carry a boatload of luggage, cloaks, pillows, silver forks, or a dozen napkins, but are to fare as we fare, sleeping in hammocks, barns, or on the bare ground, without shrieking at bats or bewailing the want of mosquito netting, eating when, where, and what is most convenient, and facing all kinds of weather regardless of complexion, dishevelment, and fatigue. If you can promise all this, be here loaded and ready to go off at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." After which cheerful picture of the joys to come, Mark marched away to his studio, taking his friends with him. Sylvia worked the 2 miracles, and at 5:30 a.m. was discovered sitting on the piazza, with her hammock rolled into a twine sausage at her feet, her hat firmly tied on, her scrip packed, and her staff in her hand. "Waiting till called for," she said, as her brother passed her, late and yawning as usual. As the clock struck 6 the carriage drove round, and Moore and Warwick came up the avenue in nautical array. Then arose a delightful clamour of voices, slamming of doors, hurrying of feet and frequent peals of laughter, for everyone was in holiday spirits, and the morning seemed made for pleasuring. Mr. Yule regarded the voyagers with an aspect as benign as the summer sky overhead. Prue ran to and fro pouring forth a stream of counsels, warnings, and predictions. Men and maids gathered on the lawn or hung out of upper windows, and even old Hecate, the cat, was seen chasing imaginary rats and mice in the grass till her yellow eyes glared with excitement. All in was announced at last, and as the carriage rolled away its occupants looked at one another with faces of blithe satisfaction that their pilgrimage was so auspiciously begun. A mile or more up the river the large, newly painted boat awaited them. The embarkation was a speedy one, for the cargo was soon stowed in lockers and under seats. Sylvia forwarded to her place in the bow. Mark, as commander of the craft, took the helm. Moore and Wanvick, as crew, sat waiting orders, and Hugh, the coachman, stood ready to push off at word of command. Presently it came, a strong hand sent them rustling to off the flags, down dropped the uplifted oars, and with a farewell cheer from a group upon the shore the Kelpie glided out into the stream. Sylvia, too full of genuine content to talk, sat listening to the musical dip of well-pulled oars, watching the green banks on either side, dabbling her hands in the eddies as they rippled by, and singing to the wind, as cheerful and serene as the river that gave her back a smiling image of herself. What her companions talked of she neither heard nor cared to know, for she was looking at the great picture book that always lies ready for the turning of the youngest or the oldest hands, was receiving the welcome of the playmates she best loved, and was silently yielding herself to the power which works all wonders with its benignant magic. Hour after hour she journeyed along that fluent road. Under bridges where early fishers lifted up their lines to let them through, past gardens tilled by unskilful townsmen who harvested an hour of strength to pay the daily tax the city levied on them, past honeymoon cottages where young wives walked with young husbands in the dew, or great houses shut against the morning. Lovers came floating down the stream with masterless rudder and trailing oars. College race boats shot by with modern Greek choruses in full blast and the frankest criticisms from their scientific crews. Fathers went rowing to and fro with argosies of pretty children, who gave them gay good morrows. Sometimes they met fanciful nutshells manned by merry girls, who made for shore at sight of them with most erratic movements and novel commands included in their art of navigation. Now and then some poet or philosopher went musing by, fishing for facts or fictions, where other men catch pickerel or perch. All manner of sights and sounds greeted Sylvia, and she felt as if she were watching a panorama painted in watercolors by an artist who had breathed into his work the breath of life and given each figure power to play its part. Never had human faces looked so lovely to her eye, for morning beautified the plainest with its ruddy kiss. Never had human voices sounded so musical to her ear, for daily cares had not yet brought discord to the instruments tuned by sleep and touched by sunshine into pleasant sound. Never had the whole race seemed so near and dear to her, for she was unconsciously pledging all she met in that genuine elixir vitae which sets the coldest blood aglow and makes the whole world kin. Never had she felt so tmly her happiest self, for of all the costlier pleasures she had known not one had been so congenial as this, as she rippled farther and farther up the stream and seemed to float into a world whose airs brought only health and peace. Her comrades wisely left her to her thoughts, a smiling silence for their figurehead, and none among them but found the day fairer and felt himself fitter to enjoy it for the innocent companionship of maidenhood and a happy heart. At noon they dropped anchor under a wide-spreading oak that stood on the river's edge, a green tent for wanderers like themselves. There they ate their first meal spread among white clovers, with a pair of squirrels staring at them as curiously as human spectators ever watched royalty at dinner, while several meek cows courteously left their guests the shade and went away to dine at a side table spread in the sun. They spent an hour or two talking or drowsing luxuriously on the grass. Then the spring up of a fresh breeze roused them all, and weighing anchor they set sail for another port. Now Sylvia saw new pictures, for, leaving all traces of the city behind them, they went swiftly countryward. Sometimes by hayfields, each an idyll in itself, with white-sleeved mowers all around, the pleasant sound of whetted scythes, great loads milling up lanes, with brown-faced children shouting atop, rosy girls raising fragrant windrows or bringing water for thirsty sweethearts leaning on their rakes. Often they saw ancient farmhouses with mossy roofs, and long well sweeps suggestive of fresh draughts, and the drip of brimming pitchers, orchards and cornfields rustling on either hand, and grandmotherly caps at the narrow windows, or stout matrons tending babies in the doorway as they watched smaller selves playing keep house under the laylocks by the wall. Villages, like white flocks, slept on the hillsides, martin-box schoolhouses appeared here and there, astir with busy voices, alive with wistful eyes, and more than once they came upon little mermen bathing, who dived with sudden splashes, like a squad of turtles tumbling off a sunny rock. Then they went floating under vernal arches, where a murmurous rustle seemed to whisper, "Stay," along shadowless sweeps, where the blue turned to gold and dazzled with its unsteady shimmer, past islands so full of birds they seemed green cages floating in the sun, or doubled capes that opened long vistas of light and shade, through which they sailed into the pleasant land where summer reigned supreme. To Sylvia it seemed as if the inhabitants of these solitudes had flocked down to the shore to greet her as she came. Fleets of lilies unfurled their sails on either hand, and cardinal flowers waved their scarlet flags among the green. The sagittaria lifted its blue spears from arrowy leaves, wild roses smiled at her with blooming faces, meadow lilies rang their flame-coloured bells, and clematis and ivy hung garlands everywhere, as if hers were a floral progress, and each came to do her honour. Her neighbours kept up a flow of conversation as steady as the rivers, and Sylvia listened now. Insensibly the changeful scenes before them recalled others, and in the friendly atmosphere that surrounded them these reminiscences found free expression. Each of the Tluii had been fortunate in seeing much of foreign life, each had seen a different phase of it, and all were young enough to be still enthusiastic, accomplished enough to serve up their recollections with taste and skill, and give Sylvia glimpses of the world through off spectacles sufficiently rose-coloured to lend it the warmth which even truth allows to her sister romance. The wind served them till sunset, then the sail was lowered and the rowers took to their oars. Sylvia demanded her turn, and wrestled with one big oar while Warwick sat behind and did the work. Having blistered her hands and given herself as fine a colour as any on her brother's palette, she professed herself satisfied, and went back to her seat to watch the evening red transfigure earth and sky, making the river and its banks a more royal pageant than splendour-loving Elizabeth ever saw along the Thames. Anxious to reach a certain point, they rowed on into the twilight, growing stiller and stiller as the deepening hush seemed to hint that nature was at her prayers. Slowly the Kelpie floated along the shadowy way, and as the shores grew dim, the river dark with leaning hemlocks or an overhanging cliff, Sylvia felt as if she were making the last voyage across that fathomless stream where a pale boatman plies and many go lamenting. The long silence was broken first by Moore's voice, saying, "Adam, sing." If the influences of the hour had calmed Mark, touched Sylvia, and made Moore long for music, they had also softened Warwick. Leaning on his oar he lent the music of a mellow voice to the words of a German Volkslied, and launched a fleet of echoes such as any tuneful vintager might have sent floating down the Rhine. Sylvia was no weeper, but as she listened, all the day's happiness which had been pent up in her heart found vent in sudden tears, that streamed down noiseless and refreshing as a warm south rain. Why they came she could not tell, for neither song nor singer possessed the power to win so rare a tribute, and at another time, she would have restrained all visible expression of this indefinable yet sweet emotion. Mark and Moore had joined in the burden of the song, and when that was done took up another, but Sylvia only sat and let her tears flow while they would, singing at heart, though her eyes were full and her cheeks wet faster than the wind could kiss them dry. After frequent peerings and tackings here and there, Mark at last discovered the haven he desired, and with much rattling of oars, clanking of chains, and splashing of impetuous boots, a landing was effected, and Sylvia found herself standing on a green bank with her hammock in her arms and much wonderment in her mind whether the nocturnal experiences in store for her would prove as agreeable as the daylight ones had been. Mark and Moore unloaded the boat and prospected for an eligible sleeping place. Warwick, being an old campaigner, set about building a fire, and the girl began her sylvan housekeeping. The scene rapidly brightened into light and colour as the blaze sprang up, showing the little kettle slung gypsy-wise on forked sticks, and the supper prettily set forth in a leafy table service on a smooth, flat stone. Soon 4 pairs of wet feet surrounded the fire, an agreeable oblivion of meum and tuum concerning plates, knives, and cups did away with etiquette, and every one was in a comfortable state of weariness, which rendered the thought of bed so pleasant that they deferred their enjoyment of the reality, as children keep the best bite till the last. "What are you thinking of here all by yourself?" asked Mark, coming to lounge on his sister's plaid, which she had spread somewhat apart from the others, and where she sat watching the group before her with a dreamy aspect. "I was watching your 2 friends. See what a fine study they make with the red flicker of the fire on their faces and the background of dark pines behind them." They did make a fine study, for both were goodly men yet utterly unlike, one being of the heroic type, the other of the poetic. Warwick was a head taller than his tall friend, broad-shouldered, strong-limbed, and bronzed by wind and weather. A massive head, covered with rings of nitty brown hair, grey eyes, that seemed to pierce through off all disguises, an eminent nose, and a beard like one of Mark's stout saints. Power, intellect, and courage were stamped on face and figure, making him the manliest man that Sylvia had ever seen. He leaned against the stone, yet nothing could have been less reposeful than his attitude, for the native unrest of the man asserted itself in spite of weariness or any soothing influence of time or place. Moore was much slighter, and betrayed in evilly gesture the unconscious grace of the gentleman born. A most attractive face, with its broad brow, serene eyes, and the cordial smile about the mouth. A sweet, strong nature, one would say, which, having used life well, had learned the secret of a true success. Inward tranquillity seemed his, and it was plain to see that no wave of sound, no wandering breath, no glimpse of colour, no hint of night or nature was without its charm and its significance for him. "Tell me about that man, Mark. I have heard you speak of him since you came home, but supposing he was some blousy artist, I never cared to ask about him. Now I've seen him, I want to know more," said Sylvia, as her brother laid himself down after an approving glance at the group opposite. "I met him in Munich, when I first went abroad, and since then we have often come upon each other in our wanderings. He never writes, but goes and comes intent upon his own affairs, yet one never can forget him, and is always glad to feel the grip of his hand again. It seems to put such life and courage into one." "Is he good?" asked Sylvia, womanlike, beginning with the morals. "Violently virtuous. He is a masterful soul, bent on living out his beliefs and aspirations at any cost. Much given to denunciation of wrongdoing everywhere, and eager to execute justice upon all offenders high or low. Yet he possesses great nobility of character, great audacity of mind, and leads a life of the sternest integrity." "Is he rich?" "In his own eyes, because he makes his wants so few." "Is he married?" "No, he has no family, and not many friends, for he says what he means in the bluntest English, and few stand the test his sincerity applies." "What does he do in the world?" "Studies it, as we do books, dives into everything, analyzes character, and builds up his own with materials which will last. If that's not genius, it's something better." "Then he will do much good and be famous, won't he?" "Great good to many, but never will be famous, I fear. He is too fierce an iconoclast to suit the old party, too individual a reformer to join the new, and being born a century too soon must bide his time, or play out his part before stage and audience are ready for him." "Is he learned?" "Very, in uncommon sorts of wisdom, left college after a year of it, because it could not give him what he wanted, and taking the world for his university, life for his tutor, says he shall not graduate till his term ends with days. I know I shall like him very much." "I hope so, for my sake. He is a grand man in the rough, and an excellent tonic for those who have courage to try him." Sylvia was silent, thinking over all she had just heard and finding much to interest her in it, because, to her imaginative and enthusiastic nature, there was something irresistibly attractive in the strong, solitary, self-reliant man. Mark watched her for a moment, then asked with lazy curiosity, "How do you like this other friend of mine? He went away when I was such a child that since he came back I've had to begin again, but if I like him at the end of another month as much as I do now, I shall try to make your friend my friend, because I need such an one very much." Mark laughed at the innocent frankness of his sister's speech but took it as she meant it, and answered soberly, "Better leave platonics till you're 40. Though Moore is 12 years older than yourself, he is a young man still, and you are grown a very captivating little woman." Sylvia looked both scornful and indignant. "You need have no fears. There is such a thing as true and simple friendship between men and women, and if I can find no one of my own sex who can give me the help and happiness I want, why may I not look for it anywhere and accept it in whatever shape it comes? You may, my dear, and I'll lend a hand with all my heart, but you must be willing to take the consequences in whatever shape they come," said Mark, not ill-pleased with the prospect his fancy conjured up. "I will," replied Sylvia loftily, and fate took her at her word. Presently someone suggested bed, and the proposition was unanimously accepted. "Where are you going to hang me?" asked Sylvia, as she laid hold of her hammock and looked about her with nearly as much interest as if her suspension was to be of the perpendicular order. "You are not to be swung up in a tree tonight but laid like a ghost, and requested not to walk till morning. There is an unused barn close by, so we shall have a roof over us for one night longer," answered Mark, playing chamberlain while the others remained to quench the fire and secure the larder. An early moon lighted Sylvia to bed, and when shown her half the barn, which, as she was a marine, was very properly the bay, Mark explained, she scouted the idea of being nervous or timid in such rude quarters, made herself a cosy nest and bade her brother a merry good night. More weary than she would confess, Sylvia fell asleep at once, despite the novelty of her situation and the noises that fill a summer night with fitful rustlings and tones. How long she slept she did not know, but woke suddenly and sat erect with that curious twill which sometimes startles one out of deepest slumber, and is often the forerunner of some dread or danger. She felt this hot tingle flew off blood and nerves, and stared about her thinking of fire. But everything was dark and still, and after waiting a few moments she decided that her nest had been too warm, for her temples tlubbed and her cheeks were feverish with the close air of the barn half filled with new-made hay. Creeping up a fragrant slope she spread her plaid again and lay down where a cool breath flowed through off wide chinks in the wall. Sleep was slowly returning when the rustle of footsteps scared it quite away and set her heart beating fast, for they came toward the new couch she had chosen. Holding her breath she listened. The quiet tread drew nearer and nearer till it paused within a yard of her, then someone seemed to chow themselves down, sigh heavily a few times and grow still as if falling asleep. "It is Mark," thought Sylvia, and whispered his name, but no one answered, and from the other corner of the barn she heard her brother muttering in his sleep. Who was it, then? Mark had said there were no cattle near. She was sure neither of her comrades had left their bivouac, for there was her brother talking as usual in his dreams. Someone seemed restless and turned often with decided motion. That was Warwick, she thought, while the quietest sleeper of the Tlu'ee betrayed his presence by laughing once with the low-toned merriment she recognized as Moore's. These discoveries left her prey to visions of grimy strollers, maudlin farm servants, and infectious emigrants in dismal array. A strong desire to see Ly out possessed her for a moment, but was checked, for with all her sensitiveness Sylvia had much common sense, and that spirit which hates to be conquered even by a natural fear. She remembered her scornful repudiation of the charge of timidity, and the endless jokes she would have to undergo if her mysterious neighbour should prove some harmless wanderer or an imaginary terror of her own, so she held her peace, thinking valiantly as the drops gathered on her forehead, and every sense grew painfully alert. I'll not call if my hair turns grey with fright, and I find myself an idiot tomorrow. I told them to tell me, and I won't be found wanting at the first alarm. I'll be still, if the thing does not touch me till dawn, when I shall know how to act at once, and so save myself from ridicule at the cost of a wakeful night. Holding fast to this resolve, Sylvia lay motionless, listening to the crickets chirp without, and taking uncomfortable notes of the state of things within, for the newcomer stirred heavily, sighed long and deeply, and seemed to wake often, like one too sad or weary to rest. She would have been wise to have screamed her scream and had the rout over, for she tormented herself with the ingenuity of a lively fancy, and suffered more from her own terrors than at the discovery of a dozen vampires. Every tale of diablerie she had ever heard came most inopportunely to haunt her now, and though she felt their folly she could not free herself from their dominion. She wondered till she could wonder no longer what the morning would show her. She tried to calculate in how many springs she could reach and fly over the low partition which separated her from her sleeping bodyguard. She wished with all her heart that she had stayed in her nest which was nearer the door, and watched for dawn with eyes that ached to see the light dot in the midst of these distressful sensations. The far-off crow of some vigilant chanticleer assured her that the short summer night was wearing away and relief was at hand. This comfortable conviction had so good an effect that she lapsed into what seemed a moment's oblivion, but was in fact an hour's restless sleep, for when her eyes unclosed again the first red streaks were visible in the east, and a dim light found its way into the barn through the great door which had been left ajar for air. An instant Sylvia lay collecting herself, then rose on her arm, looked resolutely behind her, stared with round eyes a moment, and dropped down again, laughing with a merriment, which coming on the heels of her long alarm was rather hysterical. All she saw was a little soft-eyed Alderney, which lifted its stag-like head, and regarded her with a confiding aspect that won her pardon for its innocent offence. Through the relief of both mind and body which she experienced in no small degree, the first thought that came was a thankful "what a mercy I didn't call Mark, for I should never have heard the last of this," and having fought her fears alone she enjoyed her success alone, and girl-like resolved to say nothing of her first night's adventures. Gathering herself up she crept nearer and caressed her late terror, which stretched its neck toward her with a comfortable sound, and munched her shawl like a cosset lamb. But before this new friendship was many minutes old, Sylvia's heavy lids fell together, her head dropped lower and lower, her hand lay still on the dappled neck, and with a long sigh of weariness she dropped back upon the hay, leaving little Alderney to watch over her much more tranquilly than she had watched over it. Chapter LV. Through flood and field and fire. Very early were they afloat again, and as they glided up the stream Sylvia watched the earth's awakening, seeing in it what her own should be. The sun was not yet visible above the hills, but the sky was ready for his coming, with the soft flush of colour dawn gives only to her royal lover. Birds were chanting matins as if all the jubilance of their short lives must be poured out at once. Flowers stirred and brightened like children after sleep. A balmy wind came whispering from the wood, bringing the aroma of pines, the cool breath of damp nooks, the healthful kiss that leaves a glow behind. Light mists floated down the river like departing visions that had haunted it by night, and every ripple breaking on the shore seemed to sing a musical good morrow. Sylvia could not conceal the weariness her long vigil left behind, and after betraying herself by a drowsy lurch that nearly took her overboard, she made herself comfortable, and slept till the grating of the keel on a pebbly shore woke her to find a new harbour reached under the lee of a cliff, whose deep shadow was very grateful after the glare of noon upon the water. "How do you intend to dispose of yourself this afternoon, Adam?" asked Mark, when dinner was over and his sister busy feeding the birds. "In this way," answered Warwick, producing a book and settling himself in a commodious cranny of the rock. "Moore and I want to climb the cliff and sketch the view, but it is too rough a road for Sylvia. Would you mind mounting guard for an hour or two? Read away, and leave her to amuse herself, only pray don't let her get into any mischief by way of enjoying her liberty, for she fears nothing and is fond of experiments." "I'll do my best," replied Warwick, with an air of resignation. Having slung the hammock and seen Sylvia safely into it, the climbers departed, leaving her to enjoy the luxury of motion. For half an hour she svmng'd idly, looking up into the green pavilion overhead, where many insect families were busy with their small joys and cares, or out over the still landscape basking in the warmth of a cloudless afternoon. Then she opened a book Mark had brought for his own amusement, and began to read as intently as her companion, who leaned against the boulder slowly turning his pages, with leafy shadows flickering over his uncovered head and touching it with alternate sun and shade. The book proved interesting, and Sylvia was rapidly skimming into the heart of the story, when an unguarded motion caused her swing to slope perilously to one side, and in saving herself she lost her book. This produced a predicament, for being helped into a hammock and getting out alone are two very different things. She eyed the distance from her nest to the ground, and fancied it had been made unusually great to keep her stationary. She held fast with one hand and stretched downward with the other, but the book insolently flirted its leaves just out of reach. She took a survey of Warwick. He had not perceived her plight, and she felt an unwanted reluctance to call for help, because he did not look like one used to come and go at a woman's bidding. After several fruitless essays she decided to hazard an ungraceful descent, and, gathering herself up, was about to launch boldly out, when Warwick cried, "Stop!" in a tone that nearly produced the catastrophe he wished to avert. Sylvia subsided, and coming up he lifted the book, glanced at the title, then keenly at the reader. "Do you like this?" "So far very much." "Are you allowed to read what you choose?" "Yes, sir." "That is Mark's choice, however, I brought no book. I advise you to skim it into the river, it is not a book for you." Sylvia caught a glimpse of the one he had been reading himself, and impelled by a sudden impulse to see what would come of it, she answered with a look as keen as his own. "You disapprove of my book, would you recommend yours?" "In this case, yes, for in one you will find much falsehood in purple and fine linen, in the other some truth in fig leaves. Take your choice." He offered both, but Sylvia took refuge in civility. "I thank you, I'll have neither, but if you will please steady the hammock, I will try to find some more harmless amusement for myself." He obeyed with one of the humorous expressions which often passed over his face. Sylvia descended as gracefully as circumstances permitted, and went roving up and down the cliffs. Warwick resumed his seat and the barbaric yacht but seemed to find truth in demi-toilet less interesting than youth in a grey gown and round hat, for which his taste is to be commended. The girl had small scope for amusement, and when she had gathered moss for pillows, laid out a white fungus to chay for a future pin cushion, harvested pennyroyal in little sheaves tied with grass blades, watched a battle between black ants and red, and learned the landscape by heart, she was at the end of her resources, and leaning on a stone surveyed earth and sky with a somewhat despondent air. "You would like something to do, I think?" "Yes, sir, for being rather new to this sort of life, I have not yet learned how to dispose of my time." "I see that, and having deprived you of one employment will toil to replace it by another." Warwick rose, and going to the single birch that glimmered among the pines like a delicate spirit of the wood, he presently returned with strips of silvery bark. "You were wishing for baskets to hold your spoils, yesterday, shall we make some now?" he asked. "How stupid in me not to think of that." "Yes, thank you, I should like it very much," and producing her housewife, Sylvia fell to work with a brightening face. Warwick sat a little below her on the rock, shaping his basket in perfect silence. This did not suit Sylvia, for feeling lively and loquacious she wanted conversation to occupy her thoughts as pleasantly as the birch rolls were occupying her hands, and there sat a person who, she was sure, could do it perfectly if he chose. She reconnoitred with covert glances, made sundry overtures, and sent out envoys in the shape of scissors, needles, and tweed. But no answering glance met hers, her remarks received the briefest replies, and her offers of assistance were declined with an absent "No, thank you." Then she grew indignant at this seeming neglect, and thought, as she sat frowning over her work, behind his back he treats me like a child. Very well, then, I'll behave like one, and beset him with questions till he is driven to speak, for he can talk, he ought to talk, he shall talk. Mr. Warwick, do you like children? She began, with a determined aspect. Better than men or women? Do you enjoy amusing them? Exceedingly, when in the humour. Are you in the humour now? Yes, I think so. Then why don't you amuse me? Because you are not a child. I fancied you thought me one. If I had, I probably should have put you on my knee, and told you fairy tales, or cut dolls for you out of this bark, instead of sitting respectfully silent and making a basket for your stores. There was a curious smile about Warwick's mouth as he spoke, and Sylvia was rather abashed by her first exploit. But there was a pleasure in the daring, and choosing another topic she tried again. Mark was telling me last night about the great college you had chosen. I thought it must be a very original and interesting way to educate one's self, and wanted very much to know what you had been studying lately. May I ask you now? Men and women, was the brief answer. Have you got your lesson, sir? A part of it very thoroughly, I believe. Would you think me eyed if I asked which part? The latter. And what conclusions do you arrive at concerning this branch of the subject? Asked Sylvia, smiling and interested. That it is both dangerous and unsatisfactory. He spoke so gravely, looked so stern, that Sylvia obeyed a warning instinct and sat silent till she had completed a canoe-shaped basket, the useful size of which produced a sudden longing to fill it. Her eye had already spied a knoll across the river covered with vines, and so suggestive of berries that she now found it impossible to resist the desire for an exploring trip in that direction. The boat was too large for her to manage alone, but an enterprising spirit had taken possession of her, and having made one voyage of discovery with small success, she resolved to try again, hoping a second in another direction might prove more fruitful. Is your basket done, sir? She asked. Yes, will you have it? Why, you have made it as an Indian would, using grass instead of tweed. It is much more complete than mine, for the green stitches ornament the white bark, but the black ones disfigure it. I should know a man made your basket and a woman mine. Because one is ugly and strong, the other graceful but unable to stand alone, asked Warwick, rising, with a gesture that sent the silvery shreds flying away on the wind. One holds as much as the other, however, and I fancy the woman would fill hers soonest if she had the wherewithal to do it. Do you know there are berries on that hillside opposite? I see vines, but consider fruit doubtful, for boys and birds are thicker than blackberries. I've a firm conviction that they have left some for us, and as Mark says you like frankness, I think I shall venture to ask you to row me over and help me fill the baskets on the other side. Sylvia looked up at him with a many mixture of doubt and daring in her face, and offered him his hat. Very good, I will, said Warwick, leading the way to the boat with an alacrity which proved how much pleasanter to him was action than repose. There was no dry landing place just opposite, and as he rowed higher, Adam fixed his eyes on Sylvia with a look peculiar to himself, a gaze more keen than soft, which seemed to search one through and through with its rapid discernment. He saw a face full of contradictions, youthful, maidenly, and intelligent, yet touched with the unconscious melancholy which is born of disappointment and desire. The mouth was sweet and tender as a woman's should be, the brow spirited and thoughtful, but the eyes were by turns eager, absent, or sad, and there was much pride in the carriage of the small head with its hair of wavy gold gathered into a green snood, whence little tendrils kept breaking loose to dance upon her forehead, or hang about her neck. A most significant but not a beautiful face, because of its want of harmony. The dark eyes, among their fair surroundings, disturbed the sight as a discord in music jars upon the ear. Even when the lips smiled, the sombre shadow of black lashes seemed to fill them with a gloom that was never wholly lost. The voice, Book.2, which should have been a girlish treble, was full and low as a matured woman's, with now and then a silvery ring to it, as if another and a blither creature spoke. Sylvia could not be offended by the grave penetration of this glance, though an uncomfortable consciousness that she was being analysed and tested made her meet it with a look intended to be dignified, but which was also somewhat defiant, and more than one smile passed over Warwick's countenance as he watched her. The moment the boat glided with a soft swish among the rushes that fringed the shore, she sprang up the bank, and leaving a basket behind her by way of hint, hurried to the sandy knoll, where, to her great satisfaction, she found the vines heavy with berries. As Warwick joined her she held up a shining cluster, saying with a touch of exultation in her voice, "My faith is rewarded, taste and believe." He accepted them with a nod, and said pleasantly, "As my prophecy has failed, let us see if yours will be fulfilled. I accept the challenge." And down upon her knees went Sylvia among the vines, regardless of stains, rents, or wounded hands. Warwick strolled away to leave her claim free, and silence fell between them, for one was too busy with thorns, the other with thoughts, to break the summer stillness. Sylvia worked with as much energy as if a silver cup was to be the reward of success. The sun shone fervently and the wind was cut off by the hill, drops gathered on her forehead and her cheeks glowed, but she only pushed off her hat, thrust back her hair, and moved on to a richer spot. Vines caught at her by sleeve and skirt as if to dishearten the determined plunderer, but on she went with a wrench and a rip, an impatient ah, and a hasty glance at damaged fabrics and fingers. Lively crickets flew up in swarms about her, surly wasps disputed her right to the fruit, and drunken bees blundered against her as they met zigzagging homeward, much the worse for blackberry wine. She never heeded any of them, though at another time she would gladly have made friends with all, but found compensation for her discomforts in the busy twitter of sand swallows perched on the mullein tops, the soft flight of yellow butterflies, and the rapidity with which the little canoe received its freight of Ethiop sweets. As the last handful went in she sprung up Crymg Dun, with a suddenness that broke up the long parliament and sent its members skimming away as if a second knoll had appeared among them. "Done," came back Warwick's answer like a deep echo from below, and hurrying down to meet him she displayed her success, saying archly, "I am glad we both won, though to be perfectly candid I think mine is decidedly the fullest." But as she swung up her birch pannier the handle broke, and down went basket, berries and all, into the long grass rustling at her feet. Warwick could not restrain a laugh at the blank dismay that fell upon the exultation of Sylvia's face, and for a moment she was both piqued and petulant. Hot, tired, disappointed, and, hardest of all, laughed at, it was one of those times that try girls' souls. But she was too old to cot, too proud to complain, too well-bred to resent, so the little gust passed over unseen, she thought, and joining in the merriment she said, as she knelt down beside the wreck, "This is a practical illustration of the old proverb, and I deserve it for my boasting. Next time I'll try to combine strength and beauty in my work. To wise people character is betrayed by trifles." Warwick stopped laughing, and something about the girlish figure in the grass, regathering with wounded hands the little harvest lately lost, seemed to touch him. His face softened suddenly as he collected several broad leaves, spread them on the grass, and sitting down by Sylvia, looked under her hat brim with a glance of mingled penitence and friendliness. "Now, young philosopher, pile up your berries in that green platter while I repair the basket. Bear this in mind when you work in bark, make your handle the way of the grain, and choose a strip both smooth and broad." Then drawing out his knife he fell to work, and while he tied green withes, as if the task were father to the thought, he told her something of a sojourn among the Indians, of whom he had learned much concerning their woodcraft, arts, and superstitions, lengthening the legend till the little canoe was ready for another launch. With her fancy full of war trails and wampum, Sylvia followed to the river side, and as they floated back dabbled her stained fingers in the water, comforting their smart with its cool flow till they swept by the landing place, when she asked, wonderingly, "Where are we going now? Have I been so troublesome that I must be taken home?" We are going to get a third course to follow the berries, unless you are afraid to trust yourself to me. Indeed, I'm not. Take me where you like, sir. Something in her frank tone, her confiding look, seemed to please Warwick. He sat a moment looking into the brown depths of the water, and let the boat drift, with no sound but the musical drip of drops from the oars. You are going upon a rock, sir. I did that 2 months ago. He spoke as if to himself, his face darkened, and he shook the hair off his forehead with an impatient gesture. A swift stroke averted the shock, and the boat shot down the stream, leaving a track of foam behind it as Warwick rowed with the energy of one bent on outstripping some importunate remembrance or dogging care. Sylvia marvelled greatly at the change which came upon him, but held fast with flying hair and lips apart to catch the spray, enjoying the breezy flight along a path tessellated with broad bars of blue and gold. The race ended as abruptly as it began, and Warwick seemed the winner, for when they touched the coast of a floating lily island, the cloud was gone. As he shipped his oars he turned, saying, with very much the look and manner of a pleasant boy, you were asleep when we passed this morning, but I know you like lilies, so let us go a-fishing. That I do, cried Sylvia, capturing a great white flower with a clutch that nearly took her overboard. Warwick drew her back and did the gathering himself. Enough, sir, quite enough. Here are plenty to trim our table and ourselves with, leave the rest for other voyagers who may come this way. As Warwick offered her the dripping nosegay he looked at the white hand scored with scarlet lines. Poor hand! Let the lilies comfort it. You are a TME woman, Miss Sylvia, for though your palm is purple there's not a stain upon your lips, and you have neither worked nor suffered for yourself it seems. I don't deserve that compliment, because I was only intent on outdoing you if possible, so you are mistaken again you see. Not entirely, I think. Some faces are so huge an index of character that one cannot be mistaken. If you doubt this look down into the river, and such an one will inevitably smile back at you. Pleased, yet somewhat abashed, Sylvia busied herself in knotting up the long brown stems and tinging her nose with yellow pollen as she inhaled the bitter-sweet breath of the lilies. But when Warwick turned to resume the oars, she said, let us float out as we floated in. It is so still and lovely here I like to stay and enjoy it, for we may never see just such a scene again. He obeyed, and both sat silent, watching the meadows that lay green and low along the shore, feeding their eyes with the beauty of the landscape, till its peaceful spirits seemed to pass into their own, and lend a subtle charm to that hour, which henceforth was to stand apart, serene and happy, in their memories forever. A still August day, with a shimmer in the air that veiled the distant hills with the mellow haze, no artist ever truly caught. Midsummer warmth and ripeness brooded in the verdure of field and forest. Wafts of fragrance went wandering by from new-mown meadows and gardens full of bloom. All the sky wore its serenest blue, and up the river came frolic winds, ruffling the lily leaves until they showed their purple linings, sweeping shadowy ripples through off the long grass, and lifting the locks from Sylvia's forehead with a grateful touch, as she sat softly swaying with the swaying of the boat. Slowly they drifted out into the current, slowly Warwick cleft the water with reluctant stroke, and slowly Sylvia's mind woke from its trance of dreamy delight, as with a gesture of assent she said "Yes, I am ready now." That was a happy little moment, and I am glad to have lived it, for such times return to refresh me when many a more stirring one is quite forgotten. A moment after she added, eagerly, as a new object of interest appeared, Mr. Warwick, I see smoke. I know there is a wood on fire, I want to see it, please land again. He glanced over his shoulder at the black cloud trailing away before the wind, saw Sylvia's desire in her face, and silently complied, for being a keen student of character, he was willing to prolong an interview that gave him glimpses of a nature in which the woman and the child were curiously blended. I love fire, and that must be a grand one, if we could only see it well. This bank is not high enough, let us go nearer and enjoy it, said Sylvia, finding that an orchard and a knoll or two intercepted the view of the burning wood. It is too far. Not at all. I am no helpless, fine lady. I can walk, and climb like any boy, so you need have no fears for me. I may never see such a sight again, and you know you'd go if you were alone. Please come, Mr. Warwick. I promised Mark to take care of you, and for the very reason that you love fire, I'd rather not take you into that furnace, lest you never come out again. Let us go back immediately. The decision of his tone ruffled Sylvia, and she turned wilful at once, saying in a tone as decided as his own, "No, I wish to see it. I am always allowed to do what I wish, so I shall go," with which mutinous remark she walked straight away towards the burning wood. Warwick looked after her, indulging a momentary desire to carry her back to the boat, like a naughty child. But the resolute aspect of the figure going on before him convinced him that the attempt would be a failure, and with an amused expression he leisurely followed her. Sylvia had not walked 5 minutes before she was satisfied that it was too far, but having rebelled, she would not own herself in the wrong, and being perverse, insisted upon carrying her point, though she walked all night. On she went over walls, under rails, across brooks, along the furrows of more than one ploughed field, and in among them sling corn, that turned its broad leaves to the sun, always in advance of her companion, who followed with exemplary submission, but also with a satirical smile, that spurred her on as no other demonstration could have done. 6 o'clock sounded from the church behind the hill, still the wood seemed to recede as she pursued, still close behind her came the steady footfalls, with no sound of weariness in them, and still Sylvia kept on, till, breathless, but successful, she reached the object of her search. Keeping to the windward of the smoke, she gained a rocky spot still warm and blackened by the late passage of the flames, and pausing there, forgot her own pranks in watching those which the fire played before her eyes. Many acres were burning, the air was full of the msh and roar of the victorious element, the crash of trees that fell before it, and the shouts of men who fought it unavailingly. "Ah, this is grand. I wish Mark and Mr. Moore were here. Aren't you glad you came, sir?" Sylvia glanced up at her companion, as he stood regarding the scene with the intent, alert expression one often sees in a fine hound when he scents danger in the air. But Warwick did not answer, for as she spoke a long, sharp cry of human suffering rose above the tumult, terribly distinct and full of ominous suggestion. "Someone was killed when that tree fell. Stay here till I come back," and Adam strode away into the wood as if his place were where the peril lay. For 10 minutes Sylvia waited, pale and anxious, then her patience gave out, and saying to herself, "I can go where he does, and women are always more helpful than men at such times," she followed in the direction whence came the fitful sound of voices. The ground was hot underneath her feet, red eyes winked at her from the blackened sod, and fio tongues darted up here and there, as if the flames were lurking still, ready for another outbreak. Intent upon her charitable errand, and excited by the novel scene, she pushed recklessly on, leaping charred logs, skirting still burning stumps, and peering eagerly into the dun veil that wavered to and fro. The appearance of an impassable ditch obliged her to halt, and pausing to take breath, she became aware that she had lost her way. The echo of voices had ceased, a red glare was deepening in front, and clouds of smoke enveloped her in a stifling atmosphere. A sense of bewilderment crept over her, she knew not where she was, and after a rapid flight in what she believed a safe direction had been cut short by the fall of a blazing tree before her, she stood still taking counsel with herself. Darkness and danger seemed to encompass her, fire flickered on every side, and suffocating vapours shrouded earth and sky. A bare rock suggested one hope of safety, and muffling her head in her skirt, she lay down faint and blind, with a dull pain in her temples, and a fear at her heart fast deepening into terror, as her breath grew painful and her head began to swim. "This is the last of the pleasant voyage. Oh, why does no one think of me?" As the regret rose, a core of suffering and entreaty broke from her. She had not called for help till now, thinking herself too remote, her voice too feeble to overpower the din about her. But someone had thought of her, for as the cry left her lips, steps came crashing through the wood, a pair of strong arms caught her up, and before she could collect her scattered senses she was set down beyond all danger on the green bank of a little pool. "Well, Salamander, have you had fire enough?" asked Warwick, as he dashed a handful of water in her face with such energetic goodwill that it took her breath away. "Yes, oh yes, and of water, too." "Please stop, and let me get my breath," gasped Sylvia, warding off a second baptism and staring dizzily about her. "Why did you quit the place where I left you?" was the next question, somewhat sternly put. "I wanted to know what had happened." "So you walked into a bonfire to satisfy your curiosity, though you had been told to keep out of it? You'd never make a Casabianca." "I hope not, for of all silly children, that boy was the silliest, and he deserved to be blown up for his want of common sense," cried the girl, petulantly. "Obedience is an old-fashioned virtue, which you would do well to cultivate along with your common sense, young lady." Sylvia changed the subject, for Warwick stood regarding her with an irate expression that was somewhat alarming. Fanning herself with the wet hat, she asked abruptly, "Was the man hurt, sir?" "Yes." "Very much?" "Yes." "Can I not do something for him? He is very far from any house, and I have some experience in wounds. He is past all help, above all want now." "Dead, Mr. Warwick?" "Quite dead." Sylvia sat down as suddenly as she had risen, and covered her face with a shiver, remembering that her own wilfulness had tempted a like fate, and she too might now have been past help, above all want. Warwick went down to the pool to bathe his hot face and blackened hands. As he returned, Sylvia met him with a submissive, "I will go back now if you are ready, sir." If the way had seemed long in coming, it was doubly so in returning, for neither pride nor perversity sustained her now, and every step cost an effort. "I can rest in the boat," was her sustaining thought. Great therefore was her dismay when on reaching the river no boat was to be seen. "Why, Mr. Warwick, where is it?" "A long way down the river by this time, probably." "Believing that we landed only for a moment, I did not fasten it, and the tide has carried it away." "But what shall we do?" "One of two things, spend the night here, or go round by the bridge." "Is it far?" "Some 3 or 4 miles, I think." "Is there no shorter way?" "No boat or carriage to be had." "If you care to wait, I can look for an away, or get a wagon from the town." "It is growing late and you would be gone a long time, I suppose." "Probably." "Which had we better do?" "I should not venture to advise." "Suit yourself, I will obey orders." "If you were alone, what would you do?" "Swim across." Sylvia looked disturbed. Warwick impenetrable, the river wide, the road long, and the cliffs the most inaccessible of places. An impressive pause ensued, then she said frankly, "It is my own fault and I'll take the consequences. I choose the bridge and leave you the river. If I don't appear till dawn, tell Mark I sent him a good night," and girding up her energies she walked bravely off with much external composure and internal chagrin. As before, Warwick followed in silence. For a time she kept in advance, then allowed him to gain upon her, and presently fell behind, plodding doggedly on through thick and thin, vainly trying to conceal the hunger and fatigue that were fast robbing her of both strength and spirits. Adam watched her with a masculine sense of the justice of the retribution which his wilful comrade had brought upon herself. But as he saw the elasticity leave her steps, the colour fade from her cheeks, the resolute mouth relax, and the wistful eyes dim once or twice with tears of weariness and vexation, pity got the better of pique, and he relented. His steady tramp came to a halt, and stopping by a wayside spring, he pointed to a mossy stone, saying with no hint of superior powers, "We are tired, let us rest." Sylvia dropped down at once, and for a few minutes neither spoke, for the air was full of sounds more pertinent to the summer night than human voices. From the copse behind them came the coo of wood pigeons, from the grass at their feet the plaintive chirp of crickets, a busy breeze whispered tlu off the willow, the little spring dripped musically from the rock, and across the meadows came the sweet chime of a bell. Twilight was creeping over forest, hill, and stream, and seemed to drop refreshment and repose upon all weariness of soul and body, more grateful to Sylvia than the welcome seat and leafy cup of water Warwick brought her from the sprmg. The appearance of a thirsty sparrow gave her thoughts a pleasant turn, for, sitting motionless, she watched the little creature trip down to the pool, drink and bathe, then flying to a willow spray, dress its feathers, dry its wings, and sit chirping softly as if it sang its evening hymn. Warwick saw her interest, and searching in his pocket, found the relics of a biscuit, strewed a few bits upon the ground before him, and began a low, sweet whistle, which rose gradually to a varied strain, alluring, spirited, and clear as any bird voice of the wood. Little Sparrow ceased his twitter, listened with outstretched neck and eager eye, hopping restlessly from twig to twig, until he hung just over the musician's head, agitated with a small flutter of surprise, delight, and doubt. Gathering a crumb or two into his hand, Warwick held it toward the bird, while softer, sweeter, and more urgent rose the invitation, and nearer drew the winged guest, fascinated by the spell. Suddenly a belated blackbird lit upon the wall, surveyed the group and burst into a jubilant song, that for a moment drowned his rival's notes. Then, as if claiming the reward, he fluttered to the grass, ate his fill, took a sip from the mossy basin by the way, and flew singing over the river, leaving a trail of music behind him. There was a dash and daring about this which fired Little Sparrow with emulation. His last fear seemed conquered, and he flew confidingly to Warwick's palm, pecking the crumbs with grateful chirps and friendly glances from its quick, bright eye. It was a pretty picture for the girl to see, the man, an image of power, in his hand the feathered atom, that, with unerring instinct, divined and mastered the superior nature which had not yet lost its passport to the world of innocent delights that nature gives tot-hos who love her best. Involuntarily Sylvia clapped her hands, and, startled by the sudden sound, Little Sparrow skimmed away. "Thank you for the pleasantest sight I've seen for many a day. How did you learn this gentle art, Mr. Warwick?" "I was a solitary boy, and found my only playmates in the woods and fields. I learned their worth, they saw my need, and when I asked their friendship, gave it freely. Now we should go, you are tired, let me help you." He held his hand to her, and she put her own into it with a confidence as instinctive as the bird's. Then, hand in hand they crossed the bridge and struck into the wilderness again, climbing slopes still warm and odorous, passing through dells hill of chilly damps, along meadows spangled with fireflies, and haunted by sonorous frogs, over rocks crisp with pale mosses, and between dark firs, where shadows brooded, and melancholy breezes rocked themselves to sleep. Speaking seldom, yet feeling no consciousness of silence, no sense of restraint, for they no longer seemed like strangers to one another, and this spontaneous friendliness lent an indefinable charm to the dusky walk. Warwick found satisfaction in the knowledge of her innocent faith in him, the touch of the little hand he held, the sight of the quiet figure at his side. Sylvia felt that it was pleasant to be the object of his care, fancied that they would learn to know each other better in 3 days of this free life than in as many months at home, and rejoiced over the discovery of unsuspected traits in him, like the soft lining of the chestnut burr, to which she had compared him more than once that afternoon. So, mutually and unconsciously yielding to the influence of the hour and the mood it brought them, they walked through the twilight in that eloquent silence which often proves more persuasive than the most fluent speech. The welcome blaze of their own fire gladdened them at length, and when the last step was taken, Sylvia sat down with an inward conviction she never could get up again. Warwick told their mishap in the fewest possible words, while Mark, in a spasm of brotherly solicitude, goaded the fire to a roar that his sister's feet might be dried, administered a cordial as a preventive against cold, and prescribed her hammock the instant supper was done. She went away with him, but a moment after she came to Warwick with a box of PME's ointment and a soft handkerchief stripped into bandages. "What now?" he asked. "I wish to dress your burns, sir." "They will do well enough with a little water, go you and rest. Mr. Warwick, you know you ate your supper with your left hand, and put both behind you when you saw me looking at them. Please let me make them easier, they were burnt for me, and I shall get no sleep till I have had my way." There was a curious mixture of command and entreaty in her manner, and before their owner had time to refuse or comply, the scorched hands were taken possession of, the red blisters covered with a cool bandage, and the frown of pain smoothed out of Warwick's forehead by the prospect of relief. As she tied the last knot, Sylvia glanced up with a look that mutely asked pardon for past waywardness, and expressed gratitude for past help. Then, as if her heart were set at rest, she was gone before her patient could return his. She did not reappear. Mark went to send a lad after the lost boat, and the two friends were left alone, Warwick watching the blaze, Moore watching him, till, with a nod toward a pair of diminutive boots that stood turning out their toes before the fire, Adam said, "The wearer of those defiant-looking articles is the most capricious piece of humanity it was ever my fortune to see. You have no idea of the life she has led me since you left. I can imagine it. She's as freakish, and wears as many shapes as Puck, a gnat, a will-o'-the-wisp, a sister of charity, a meek-faced child, and one does not know in which guise she pleases most. Hard the task of him who has and tries to hold her. Hard yet happy, for a word will tame the high spirit, a look touch the warm heart, a kind act be repaid with one still kinder. She is a woman to be studied well, taught tenderly, and, being won, cherished with an affection that knows no shadow of a change." Moore spoke low, and on his face the firelight seemed to shed a ruddier glow than it had done before. Warwick eyed him keenly for a moment, then said, with his usual abruptness, "Geoffrey, you should marry. Set me the example by mortgaging your own heart, Adam." "I have." "I thought so. Tell me the romance." "It is the old story, a handsome woman, a foolish man, a few weeks of doubt, a few of happiness, then the two stand apart to view the leap before they take it, after that, peace or purgatory, as they choose well or ill." "When is the probation over, Adam?" "In June, God willing." The hope of deliverance gave to Warwick's tone the fervour of desire, and led his friend to believe in the existence of a passion deep and strong as the heart he knew so well. No further confessions disturbed his satisfaction, for Warwick scorned complaint, pity he would not receive, sympathy was powerless to undo the past, time alone would mend it, and to time he looked for help. He rose presently as if bedward bound, but paused behind Moore, turned his face upward, and said, bending on it a look given to this friend alone, "If my confidence were a good gift, you should have it. But my experience must not mar your faith in womankind. Keep it as chivalrous as ever, and may God send you the mate whom you deserve. Geoffrey, good night." "Good night, Adam." And with a handshake more expressive of affection than many a tender demonstration, they parted, Warwick to watch the stars for hours, and Moore to muse beside the fire till the little boots were dry. Chapter V. A golden wedding. Hitherto they had been a most decorous crew, but the next morning something in the air seemed to cause a general overflow of spirits, and they went up the river like a party of children on a merry-making. Sylvia decorated herself with garlands till she looked like a mermaid. Mark, as skipper, issued his orders with the TME Marblehead twang. Moore kept up a fire of pun-provoking raillery. Warwick sung like a jovial giant, while the Kelpie danced over the water as if inspired with the universal gaiety, and the very ripples seemed to laugh as they hurried by. "Mark, there is a boat coming up behind us with two gentlemen in it, who evidently intend to pass us with a great display of skill." "Of course you won't let it," said Sylvia, welcoming the prospect of a race. Her brother looked over his shoulder, took a critical survey, and nodded approvingly. "They are worth a lesson, and shall have it. Easy, now, till they pass, then hard all, and give them a specimen of high art. A sudden lull ensued on board the Kelpie while the blue shirts approached, caught, and passed with a great display of science, as Sylvia had prophesied, and as good an imitation of the demeanour of experienced watermen as could be assumed by a trio of studious youths not yet out of their teens. As the foam of their wake broke against the other boat's side, Mark hailed them, "Good morning, gentlemen. We'll wait for you above there, at the bend." All serene returned the rival helmsman, with a bow in honour of Sylvia, while the other two caused a perceptible increase in the speed of the Juanita, whose sentimental name was not at all in keeping with its rakish appearance. Short-sighted infants, to waste their wind in that style, but they pull well for their years, observed Mark, paternally, as he waited till the others had gained sufficient advantage to make the race a more equal one. "Now, then," he whispered a moment after, and, as if suddenly endowed with life, the Kelpie shot away with the smooth speed given by strength and skill. Sylvia watched both boats, yearning to take an oar herself, yet full of admiration for the well-trained rowers, whose swift strokes set the river in a foam and made the moment one of pleasure and excitement. The blue shirts did their best against competitors who had rowed in many crafts and many waters. They kept the advantage till near the bend, then Mark's crew lent their reserved strength to a final effort, and bending to their oars with a will, gained steadily, till, with a triumphant stroke, they swept far ahead, and with oars at rest waited in magnanimous silence till the Juanita came up, gracefully confessing her defeat by a good-humoured cheer from her panting crew. For a moment the two boats floated side by side, while the young men interchanged compliments and jokes, for a river is a highway where all travellers may salute each other, and college boys a hail fellow. Well met with all the world. Sylvia sat watching the lads, and one among them shook her fancy. The helmsman who had bowed to her was slight and swarthy, with southern eyes, vivacious manners, and a singularly melodious voice. A Spaniard, she thought, and pleased herself with this picturesque figure till a traitorous smile about the young man's mouth betrayed that he was not unconscious of her regard. She coloured as she met the glance of mingled mirth and admiration that he gave her, and hastily began to pull off the weedy decorations which she had forgotten. But she paused presently, for she heard a surprised voice exclaim, "Why, Wanvic! Is that you or your ghost?" Looking up, Sylvia saw Adam lift the hat he had pulled over his brows, and take a slender brown hand extended over the boat side with something like reluctance, as he answered the question in Spanish. A short conversation ensued, in which the dark stranger seemed to ask innumerable questions, Warwick to give curt replies, and the names Gabriel and Ottila to occur with familiar frequency. Sylvia knew nothing of the language, but received an impression that Warwick was not overjoyed at the meeting, that the youth was both pleased and perplexed by finding him there, and that neither parted with much regret as the distance slowly widened between the boats, and with a farewell salute parted company, each taking a different branch of the river, which divided just there. For the first time Warwick allowed Mark to take his place at the oar, and sat looking into the clear depths below as if some scene lay there which other eyes could not discover. "Who was the olive-coloured party with the fine eyes and foreign accent?" asked Mark, lazily rowing. "Gabriel Andre." "Is he an Italian?" "No, a Cuban." "I forgot you had tried that mixture of Spain and Alabama. How was it?" "As such climates always are to me, intoxicating today, enervating tomorrow." "How long were you there?" 3 months. "I feel tropically inclined, so tell us about it." "There is nothing to tell. I'll prove that by a catechism." "Where did you stay?" "In Havana." "Of course, but with whom?" "Gabriel Andre." "The father of the saffron youth?" "Yes." "Of whom did the family consist?" 4 persons. "Mark, leave Mr. Warwick alone. As long as he answers I shall question." "Name the 4 persons, Adam." "Gabriel, Sen, Dolores his wife, Gabriel, Jun, Catalina, his sister." "Ah. Now we progress. Was Señorita Catalina as comely as her brother? More so. You adored her, of course. I loved her. Great heavens! What discoveries we make! He likes it, I know by the satirical glimmer in his eye, therefore I continue. She adored you, of course. She loved me. You will return and marry her. No. Your depravity appals me. Did I volunteer its discovery? I demand it now. You left this girl believing that you adored her. She knew I was fond of her. The parting was tender. On her part. Iceberg. She wept in your arms. And gave me an orange. You cherished it, of course. I ate it immediately. What want of sentiment! You promised to return. Yes. But will never keep the promise. I never break one. Yet will not marry her. By no means. Ask how old the lady was, Mark. Age, Warwick. 7. Mark caught a crab of the largest size at this reply, and remained where he fell, among the ruins of the castle in Spain, which he had erected with the scanty materials vouchsafed to him, while Warwick went back to his meditations. A drop of rain roused Sylvia from the contemplation of an imaginary portrait of the little Cuban girl, and looking skyward she saw that the frolicsome wind had prepared a practical joke for them in the shape of a thunder shower. A consultation was held, and it was decided to row on till a house appeared, in which they would take refuge till the storm was over. On they went, but the rain was in greater haste than they, and a summary drenching was effected before the toot of a dinner horn guided them to shelter. Landing they marched over the fields, a moist and mirthful company, toward a red farmhouse standing under venerable elms, with a patriarchal air which promised hospitable treatment and good cheer. A promise speedily fulfilled by the lively old woman, who appeared with an energetic shoo, for the speckled hens congregated in the porch, and a hearty welcome for the weather-beaten strangers' sakes alive. She exclaimed, "You be in a mess, ain't you? Come right in and make yourselves to home. Abel, take the men folks up chamber, and fit 'em out with anything dry you kin lay hands on. Feb, see to this poor little creetur, and bring her down looking less like a drownded kitten. Nat, clear up your witlins, so's they kin toast their feet when they come down, and, Cynthy, don't dish up dinner just yet." These directions were given with such vigorous illustration, and the old face shone with such friendly zeal, that the four submitted at once, sure that the kind soul was pleasing herself in serving them, and finding something very attractive in the place, the people, and their own position. Abel, a staid farmer of 40, obeyed his mother's order regarding the men folks, and Feb, a buxom girl of 16, led Sylvia to her own room, eagerly offering her best. As she dried and redressed herself Sylvia made sundry discoveries, which added to the romance and the enjoyment of the adventure. A smart gown lay on the bed in the low chamber, also various decorations upon chair and table, suggesting that some festival was afloat, and a few questions elicited the facts. Grandpa had 7 sons and 2 daughters, all living, all married, and all blessed with flocks of children. Grandpa's birthday was always celebrated by a family gathering, but today, being the 50th anniversary of his wedding, the various households had resolved to keep it with unusual pomp, and all were coming for a supper, a dance, and a sing at the end. Upon receipt of which intelligence Sylvia proposed an immediate departure, but the grandmother and daughter cried out at this, pointed to the still falling rain, the lowering sky, the wet heap on the floor, and insisted on the strangers all remaining to enjoy the festival, and give an added interest by their presence. Half promising what she wholly desired, Sylvia put on Feb's second-best blue gingham gown, for the preservation of which she added a white apron, and completing the whole with a pair of capacious shoes, went down to find her party and reveal the state of affairs. They were bestowed in the prim, best parlour, and greeted her with a peal of laughter, for all were in costume. Abel was a stout man, and his garments hung upon Moore with a melancholy air. Mark had disdained them, and with an eye to effect laid hands on an old uniform, in which he looked like a volunteer of 1812, while Warwick's superior height placed Abel's wardrobe out of the question, and Grandpa, taller than any of his 7 goodly sons, supplied him with a sober suit, roomy, square-flapped, and venerable, which became him, and with his beard produced the curious effect of a youthful patriarch. To Sylvia's relief it was unanimously decided to remain, trusting to their own penetration to discover the most agreeable method of returning the favour, and regarding the adventure as a welcome change. After 2 days' solitude, all went out to dinner prepared to enact their parts with spirit. The meal being dispatched, Mark and Warwick went to help Abel with some outdoor arrangements, and begging Grandma to consider him one of her own boys, Moore tied on an apron and fell to work with Sylvia, laying the long table which was to receive the coming stores. True breeding is often as soon felt by the uncultivated as by the cultivated, and the zeal with which the strangers threw themselves into the business of the hour won the family, and placed them all in friendly relations at once. The old lady let them do what they would, admiring everything, and declaring over and over again that her new assistants beat her boys and girls to nothing with their tastiness and smartness. Sylvia trimmed the table with common flowers till it was an inviting sight before a viand appeared upon it, and hung green boughs about the room, with candles here and there to lend a festal light. Moore trundled a great cheese in from the dairy, brought milk pans without mishap, disposed dishes, and caused Nat to cleave to him by the administration of surreptitious titbits and jocular suggestions, while Feb tumbled about in EVO1's way, quite wild with excitement, and Grandma stood in her pantry like a culinary general, swaying a big knife for a baton, as she issued orders and marshalled her forces, the busiest and merriest of them all. When the last touch was given, Moore discarded his apron and went to join Mark. Sylvia presided over Feb's toilet, and then sat herself down to support Nat through the tea-earling half-hour before, as he expressed it, the party came in. The 12 years boy was a cripple, one of those household blessings which, in the guise of an affliction, keep many hearts tenderly united by a common love and pity. A cheerful creature, always chirping like a cricket on the hearth as he sat carving or turning bits of wood into useful or ornamental shapes for such as cared to buy them of him, and hoarding up the proceeds like a little miser for one more helpless than himself. "What are these, Nat?" asked Sylvia, with the interest that always won small people, because their quick instincts felt that it was sincere. "Them are spoons, possil spoons, they call 'em. You see, I've got a cousin what reads a sight, and one day he says to me, 'Nat, in a book I see something about a set of spoons with a possil's head on each of 'em, you make some and they'll sell, I bet.' So I got Grandpa's Bible, found the pictures of the possils, and worked till I got the faces good, and now it's hill, for they do sell, and I'm savin' up a lot. It ain't for me, you know, but mother, 'cause she's VMSSNIB. Is she sick, Nat?" "Oh, ain't she? Why, she hasn't stood up this 9 year. We was smashed in a wagon that tipped over when I was 2 years old. It done something to my legs, but it broke her back, and made her no use, only jest to pet me, and keep us all kind of steady, you know. Ain't you seen her? Don't you want to? Would she like it? She admires to see folks, and asked about you at dinner, so I guess you'd better go see her. Look-a-here, you like them spoons, and I'm a-goin' to give you one. I'd give you all on 'em if they wasn't promised. I can make one more in time, so you jest take your pick, 'cause I like you, and want you not to fidget me." Sylvia chose St. John, because it resembled Moore, she thought, bespoke and paid for a whole set, and privately resolved to send tools and rare woods to the little artist that he might sew his mother in his own pretty way. Then Nat took up his crutches and hopped nimbly before her to the room, where a plain, serene-faced woman lay knitting, with her best cap on, her clean handkerchief and large green fan laid out upon the coverlet. Guy's was evidently the best room of the house, and as Sylvia sat talking to the invalid her eye discovered many traces of that refinement which comes to off the affections. Nothing seemed too good for daughter patience. Birds, books, flowers, and pictures were plentiful here though visible nowhere else. 2 easy chairs beside the bed showed where the old folks oftenest sat. Abel's home corner was there by the antique desk covered with farmers' literature and samples of seeds. Feb's work basket stood in the window, Nat's lathe in the sunniest corner, and from the speckless carpet to the canary's clear water glass all was exquisitely neat. For love and labour were the handmaids who served the helpless woman and asked no wages but her comfort. Sylvia amused her new friends mightily, for finding that neither mother nor son had any complaints to make, any sympathy to ask, she exerted herself to give them what both needed, and kept them laughing by a lively recital of her voyage and its mishaps. "Ain't she prime, mother?" was Nat's candid commentary when the story ended, and he emerged red and shiny from the pillows where he had burrowed with boyish explosions of delight. "She's vo kind, dear, to amuse 2 stay-at-home folks like you and me, who seldom see what's going on outside 4 walls. You have a merry heart, miss, and I hope will keep it all your days, for it's a blessed thing to own." "I think you have something better, a contented one," said Sylvia, as the woman regarded her with no sign of envy or regret. "I ought to have. 9 years on a body's back can teach a sight of things that others knowin'. I've learned patience pretty well I guess, and contentedness ain't fur away, for though it sometimes seems ruth along to look forward to, perhaps 9 more years laying here, I jest remember it might have been this, and if I don't do much now there's all eternity to come." Something in the woman's manner struck Sylvia as she watched her softly beating some tune on the sheet with her quiet eyes turned toward the light. Many sermons had been less eloquent to the girl than the look, the tone, the cheerful resignation of that plain face. She stooped and kissed it, saying gently, "I shall remember this. Hooray! There they be, I hear Ben." And away clattered Nat to be immediately absorbed into the embraces of a swarm of relatives who now began to arrive in a steady stream. Old and young, large and small, rich and poor, with overflowing hands or trifles humbly given, all were received alike, all hugged by Grandpa, kissed by Grandma, shaken half breathless by Uncle Abel, welcomed by Aunt Patience, and danced round by Feb and Nat till the house seemed a great hive of hilarious and affectionate bees. At first the strangers stood apart, but Feb spread their story with such complimentary additions of her own that the family circle opened wide and took them in at once. Sylvia was enraptured with the wilderness of babies, and leaving the others to their own devices followed the matrons to Patience's room and gave herself up to the pleasant ranny of the small potentates, who swarmed over her as she sat on the floor, tugging at her hair, exploring her eyes, covering her with moist kisses, and keeping up a babble of little voices more delightful to her than the discourse of the flattered mammas who benignly surveyed her admiration and their offsprings' prowess. The young people went to romp in the barn, the men, armed with umbrellas, turned out en masse to inspect the farm and stock, and compare notes over pig pens and garden gates. But Sylvia lingered where she was, enjoying a scene which filled her with a tender pain and pleasure, for each baby was laid on Grandma's knee, its small virtues, vices, ailments, and accomplishments rehearsed, its beauties examined, its strength tested, and the verdict of the family oracle pronounced upon it as it was cradled, kissed, and blessed on the kind old heart which had room for every care and joy of those who called her mother. It was a sight the girl never forgot, because just then she was ready to receive it. Her best lessons did not come from books, and she learned one then as she saw the fairest success of a woman's life while watching this happy grandmother with fresh faces framing her withered one, daughterly voices chorusing good wishes, and the harvest of half a century of wedded life beautifully garnered in her arms. The fragrance of coffee and recollections of Cynthia's joyful aberrations at such periods caused a breaking up of the maternal conclave. The babies were borne away to simmer between blankets until called for. The women unpacked baskets, brooded over teapots, and kept up an harmonious clack as the table was spread with pyramids of cake, regiments of pies, quagmires of jelly, snowbanks of bread, and gold mines of butter, every possible article of food, from baked beans to wedding cake, finding a place on that sacrificial altar. Fearing to be in the way, Sylvia departed to the barn, where she found her party in a chaotic babel, for the offshoots had been as fruitful as the parent tree, and some 4 dozen young immortals were in full riot. The bashful roosting with the hens on remote lofts and beams, the bold flirting or playing in the full light of day, the boys whooping, the girls screaming, all effervescing as if their spirits had reached the explosive point and must find vent in noise. Mark was in his element, introducing all manner of new games, the liveliest of the old and keeping the revel at its height, for rosy, bright-eyed girls were plenty, and the ancient uniform universally approved. Warwick had a flock of lads about him absorbed in the marvels he was producing with knife, stick, and string, and were a rival flock of little lasses breathless with interest in the tales he told. 1 on each knee, 2 at each side, 4 in a row on the hay at his feet, and the boldest of all with an arm about his neck and a curly head upon his shoulder, for Uncle Abel's clothes seemed to invest the wearer with a passport to their confidence at once. Sylvia joined this group and partook of a quiet entertainment with as childlike a relish as any of them, while the merry tumult went on about her. The toot of the horn sent the whole barnful streaming into the house like a flock of hungry chickens, where, by some process known only to the mothers of large families, Evie-1 was wedged close about the table, and the feast began. This was none of your stand-up, wafer-y, bread and butter teas, but a thoroughgoing, sit-down supper, and all settled themselves with a smiling satisfaction, prophetic of great powers and an equal willingness to employ them. A detachment of half-grown girls was drawn up behind Grandma, as waiters. Sylvia insisted on being one of them, and proved herself a neat-handed Phyllis, though for a time slightly bewildered by the gastronomic performances she beheld. Babies ate pickles, small boys sequestered pie with a velocity that made her wink, women swam in the tea, and the men, metaphorically speaking, swept over the table like a swarm of locusts, while the host and hostess beamed upon one another and their robust descendants with an honest pride, which was beautiful to see. That Mr. Wackett ain't eat scarcely nothing, he just sets looking round kind amazed like. Do go and make him fall to on something, or I shan't take a mite of comfort in my victuals, said Grandma, as the girl came with an empty cup. He is enjoying it with all his heart and eyes, for we don't see such fine spectacles every day. I'll take him something that he likes and make him eat it. Sakes alive! Be you to be Miss Wackett? I'd know e day of it, you look so young. Nor I. We are only friends. Oh, and the monosyllable was immensely expressive, as the old lady confided a knowing nod to the teapot, into whose depths she was just then peering. Sylvia walked away wondering why persons were always thinking and saying such things. As she paused behind Warwick's chair with a glass of cream and a round of brown bread, he looked up at her with his blandest expression, though a touch of something like regret was in his voice. This is a sight worth living 80 hard years to see, and I envy that old couple as I never envied any one before. To rear 10 virtuous children, put 10 useful men and women into the world, and give them health and courage to work out their own salvation as these honest souls will do, is a better job done for the Lord, than winning a battle, or ruling a state. Here is all honor to them. Drink it with me. He put the glass to her lips, drank what she left, and rising, placed her in his seat with the decisive air which few resisted. You take no thought for yourself and are doing too much, sit here a little, and let me take a few steps where you have taken many. He served her, and standing at her back, bent now and then to speak, still with that softened look upon the face so seldom stirred by the gentler emotions that lay far down in that deep heart of his, for never had he felt so solitary. All things must have an end, even a family feast, and by the time the last boy's buttons peremptorily announced, thus far shalt thou go and no fan her. All professed themselves satisfied, and a general uprising took place. The surplus population were herded in parlour and chambers, while a few energetic hands cleared away, and with much clattering of dishes and wafting of towels, left Grandma's spandy clean premises as immaculate as ever. It was dark when all was done, so the kitchen was cleared, the candles lighted, Patience's door set open, and little Nat established in an impromptu orchestra, composed of a table and a chair, whence the first squeak of his fiddle proclaimed that the ball had begun. Everybody danced, the babies stacked on Patience's bed, or penned behind chairs, sprawled and pranced in unsteady mimicry of their elders. Ungainly farmers, stiff with labour, recalled their early days and tramped briskly as they swung their wives about with a kindly pressure of the hard hands that had worked so long together. Little pairs toddled gravely to off the figures, or frisked promiscuously in a grand conglomeration of arms and legs. Gallant cousins kissed pretty cousins at exciting periods, and were not rebuked. Mark wrought several of these incipient lovers to a pitch of despair, by his devotion to the comeliest damsels, and the skill with which he executed unheard-of evolutions before their admiring eyes. Moore led out the poorest and the plainest with a respect that caused their homely faces to shine, and their scant skirts to be forgotten. Wanvick skimmed his 5 years' partner through the air in a way that rendered her speechless with delight, and Sylvia danced as she never danced before. With sticky-fingered boys, sleepy with repletion, but bound to last it out, with rough-faced men who paid her paternal compliments, with smart youths who turned sheepish with that white lady's hand in their big brown ones, and one ambitious lad who confided to her his burning desire to work a sawmill, and marry a girl with black eyes and yellow hair. While, perched aloft, Nat bowed away till his pale face glowed, till all hearts warmed, all feet beat responsive to the good old tunes which have put so much health into human bodies, and so much happiness into human souls. At the stroke of 9 the last dance came. All down the long kitchen stretched 2 breathless rows, Grandpa and Grandma at the top, the youngest pair of grandchildren at the bottom, and all between fathers, mothers, uncles, aunts, and cousins, while such of the babies as were still extant, bobbed with unabated vigour, as Nat struck up the Virginia reel, and the sturdy old couple led off as gallantly as the young one who came tearing up to meet them. Away they went, Grandpa's white hair flying in the wind, Grandma's impressive cap awry with excitement, as they ambled down the middle, and finished with a kiss when their tuneful journey was done, amid immense applause from those who regarded this as the crowning event of the day. When all had had their turn, and twirled till they were dizzy, a short lull took place, with refreshments for such as still possessed the power of enjoying them. Then Feb appeared with an armful of books, and all settled themselves for the family sing. Sylvia had heard much fine music, but never any that touched her like this, for, though often discordant, it was hearty, with that undercurrent of feeling which adds sweetness to the display, and is often more attractive than the most florid ornament or faultless execution. Every one sang as everyone had danced, with all their might, shrill children, soft-voiced girls, lullaby-singing mothers, gruff boys, and strong-lunged men, the old pair quavered, and still a few indefatigable babies crowed behind their little coops. Songs, ballads, comic airs, popular melodies, and hymns, came in rapid succession. And when they ended with that song which should be classed with sacred music for association's sake, and standing hand in hand about the room with the golden bride and bridegroom in their midst, sang home, Sylvia leaned against her brother with dim eyes and a heart too full to sing. Still standing thus when the last note had soared up and died, the old man folded his hands and began to pray. It was an old-fashioned prayer, such as the girl had never heard from the bishop's lips, ungrammatical, inelegant, and long. A quiet talk with God, manly in its straightforward confession of shortcomings, childlike in its appeal for guidance, fervent in its gratitude for all good gifts, and the crowning one of loving children. As if close intercourse had made the two familiar, this human father turned to the divine, as these sons and daughters turned to him, as free to ask, as confident of a reply, as all afflictions, blessings, cares, and crosses were laid down before him, and the work of 80 years submitted to his hand. There were no sounds in the room but the one voice, often tremulous with emotion and with age, the coo of some dreaming baby, or the low sob of some mother whose arms were empty, as the old man stood there, rugged and white atop as the granite hills, with the old wife at his side, a circle of sons and daughters girdling them round, and in all hearts the thought that as the former wedding had been made for time, this golden one at 80 must be for eternity. While Sylvia looked and listened, a sense of genuine devotion stole over her. The beauty and the worth of prayer grew clear to her through off the earnest speech of that unlettered man, and for the first time she fully felt the nearness and the dearness of the universal Father, whom she had been taught to fear, yet longed to love. "Now, my children, you must go before the little folks are tuckered out," said Grandpa, heartily. "Mother and me can't say enough to thank you for the presents you have fetched us, the dutiful wishes you have give us, the pride and comfort you have allers been to us. I ain't no hand at speeches, so I shan't make none, but just say if any affliction falls on any on you, remember mother's here to help you bear it. If any worldly loss comes to you, remember father's house is yin while it stands, and so the Lord bless and keep us all." 3 cheers for Grandpa and Grandma, roared a 6-foot sign as a safety valve for sundry unmasculine emotions, and 3 rousing hurrahs made the rafters ring, struck terror to the heart of the oldest inhabitant of the rat-haunted garret, and summarily woke all the babies. Then the goodbyes began, the flurry of wrong baskets, pails and bundles in wrong places, the sorting out of small folk too sleepy to know or care what became of them, the maternal cluckings, and paternal shouts for Kitty, C.Y., Ben, Bill, or Mary Ann, the piling into vehicles with much ramping of indignant horses unused to such late hours, the last farewells, the roll of wheels, as one by one the happy loads departed, and peace fell upon the household for another year. I declare for T, I never had second out-and-out good time since I was born into the world. Abiram, you are fit to drop, and so be I. Now let's sit and talk it over along of patience for we go to bed. The old couple got into their chairs, and as they sat there side by side, remembering that she had given no gift, Sylvia crept behind them, and lending the magic of her voice to the simple air, sang the fittest song for time and place, John Anderson My Joe. It was too much for Grandma. The old heart overflowed, and reckless of the cherished cap she laid her head on her John's shoulder, exclaiming "Tlew off her tears, that's the cap sheaf of the hull, and I can't bear no more tonight. Abiram, lend me your handkerchief, for I dunno where mine is, and my face is all of a drip." Before the red bandana had gently performed its work in Grandpa's hand, Sylvia beckoned her party from the room, and showing them the clear moonlight night which followed the storm, suggested that they should both save appearances and enjoy a novel pleasure by floating homeward instead of sleeping. The tide against which they had pulled in coming up would sweep them rapidly along, and make it easy to retrace in a few hours the way they had loitered over for 3 days. The pleasant excitement of the evening had not yet subsided, and all applauded the plan as a fit finale to their voyage. The old lady strongly objected, but the young people overruled her, and being re-equipped in their damaged garments they bade the friendly family a grateful adieu, left their more solid thanks under Nat's pillow, and re-embarked upon their shining road. All night Sylvia lay under the canopy of boughs her brother made to shield her from the dew, listening to the soft sounds about her, the twitter of a restless bird, the bleat of some belated lamb, the ripple of a brook babbling like a baby in its sleep. All night she watched the changing shores, silvery green or dark with slumberous shadow, and followed the moon in its tranquil journey through the sky. When it set, she drew her cloak about her, and, pillowing her head upon her arm, exchanged the waking for a sleeping dream. A thick mist encompassed her when she awoke. Above the sun shone dimly, below rose and fell the billows of the sea, before her sounded the city's fitful hum, and far behind her lay the green wilderness where she had lived and learned so much. Slowly the fog lifted, The sun came dazzling down upon the sea, and out into the open bay they sailed with the pennons streaming in the morning wind. But still with backward glance the girl watched the misty wall that rose between her and the charmed river, and still with yearning heart confessed how sweet that brief experience had been, for though she had not yet discovered it, like the fairy lady of Shalott, she had left the web and left the loom, had seen the water lilies bloom, had seen the helmet and the plume, and had looked down to Camelot. Chapter 6. Why Sylvia was happy. I never did understand you, Sylvia, and this last month you have been a perfect enigma to me. With rocking chair in heel action, suspended needle and thoughtful expression, Miss Yule had watched her sister for 10 minutes as she sat with her work at her feet, her hands folded on her lap, and her eyes dreamily fixed on vacancy. I always was to myself, Prue, and am more so than ever now, answered Sylvia, waking out of her reverie with a smile that proved it had been a pleasant one. There must be some reason for this great change in you. Come, tell me, dear. With a motherly gesture Miss Yule drew the girl to her knee, brushed back the bright hair, and looked into the face so freely turned to hers. Through all the years they had been together, the elder sister had never seen before the expression which the younger's face now wore. A vague expectancy sat in her eyes, some nameless content sweetened her smile, a beautiful repose replaced the varying enthusiasm, listlessness, and melancholy that used to haunt her countenance and make it such a study. Miss Yule could not read the secret of the change, yet felt its novel charm. Sylvia could not explain it, though penetrated by its power, and for a moment the sisters looked into each other's faces, wondering why each seemed altered. Then Prue, who never wasted much time in speculations of any kind, shook her head, and repeated, I don't understand it, but it must be right, because you are so improved in every way. Ever since that wild trip up the river you have been growing quiet, lovable, and cheerful, and I really begin to hope that you will become like other people. I only know that I am happy, Prue. Why it is so I cannot tell, but now I seldom have the old dissatisfied and restless feeling. Everything looks pleasant to me, everyone seems kind, and life begins to be both sweet and earnest. It is only one of my moods, I suppose, but I am grateful for it, and pray that it may last. So earnestly she spoke, so cheerfully she smiled, that Miss Yule blessed the mood and echoed Sylvia's wish, exclaiming in the next breath, with a sudden inspiration, my dear, I've got it. You are grown up. I think I am. You tried to make a woman of me at 16, but it was impossible until the right time came. That wild trip up the river, as you call it, did more for me than I can ever tell, and when I seemed most like a child I was learning to be a woman. Well, my dear, go on as you've begun, and I shall be more than satisfied. What merrymaking is on foot tonight? Mark and these friends of his keep you in constant motion with their riding, rowing, and rambling excursions, and if it did not agree with you so excellently, I really should like a little quiet after a month of bustle. They are only coming up as usual, and that reminds me that I must go and dress. There is another new change, Sylvia. You never used to care what you wore or how you looked, no matter how much time and trouble I expended on you and your wardrobe. Now you do care, and it does my heart good to see you always charmingly dressed, and looking your prettiest, said Miss Yule, with the satisfaction of a woman who heartily believed in costume as well as all the other elegances and proprieties of fashionable life. Am I ever that, Prue? Asked Sylvia, pausing on the threshold with a shy yet wistful glance. Ever what, dear? Pretty. Always so to me, and now I think everyone finds you very attractive because you try to please, and seem to succeed delightfully. Sylvia had never asked that question before, had never seemed to know or care, and could not have chosen a more auspicious moment for her frank inquiry than the present. The answer seemed to satisfy her, and smiling at some blithe anticipation of her own, she went away to make a lampless toilet in the dusk, which proved how slight a hold the feminine passion for making one's self pretty had yet taken upon her. The September moon was up and shining clearly over garden, lawn, and sea, when the sound of voices called her down. At the stair foot she paused with a disappointed air, for only one hat lay on the hall table, and a glance showed her only one guest with Mark and Prue. She strolled irresolutely to off the breezy hall, looked out at either open door, sung a little to herself, but broke off in the middle of a line, and, as if following a sudden impulse, went out into the mellow moonlight, forgetful of uncovered head or ry damage to the white hem of her gown. Halfway down the avenue she paused before a shady nook, and looked in. The evergreens that enclosed it made the seat doubly dark to eyes inured to the outer light, and seeing a familiar-seeming figure sitting with its head upon its hand, Sylvia leaned in, saying, with a daughterly caress, "Why, what is my romantic father doing here?" The sense of touch was quicker than that of sight, and with an exclamation of surprise she had drawn back before Warwick replied, "It is not the old man, but the young one, who is romancing here. I beg your pardon. We have been waiting for you. What thought is so charming that you forgot us all?" Sylvia was a little startled, else she would scarcely have asked so plain a question. But Warwick often asked much blunter ones, always told the naked truth without prevarication or delay, and straightway answered. "The thought of the woman whom I hope to make my wife." Sylvia stood silent for a moment as if intent on fastening in her hair the delicate spray of hop bells just gathered from the vine that formed a leafy frame for the graceful picture which she made standing, with uplifted arms, behind the arch. When she spoke it was to say, as she moved on toward the house, "It is too beautiful a night to stay indoors, but Prue is waiting for me, and Mark wants to plan with you about our ride tomorrow. Shall we go together?" She beckoned, and he came out of the shadow showing her an expression which she had never seen before. His face was flushed, his eye unquiet, his manner eager yet restrained. She had seen him intellectually excited many times, never emotionally till now. Something wayward, yet warm, in this new mood attracted her, because so like her own. But with a tact as native as her sympathy she showed no sign of this, except in the attentive look she fixed upon him as the moonlight bathed him in its splendor. He met the glance, seemed to interpret it aright, but did not answer its unconscious inquiry, for pausing, he asked abruptly, should a rash promise be considered binding when it threatens to destroy one's peace? Sylvia pondered an instant before she answered slowly, if the promise was freely given, no sin committed in its keeping, and no peace troubled but one's own, I should say yes. Still pausing, he looked down at her with that unquiet glance as she looked up with her steady one, and with the same anxiety he asked, would you keep such a promise inviolate, even though it might cost you the sacrifice of something dearer to you than your life? She thought again, and again looked up, answering with the sincerity that he had taught her, it might be unwise, but if the sacrifice was not one of principle or something that I ought to love more than life, I think I should keep the promise as religiously as an Indian keeps a vow of vengeance. As she spoke, some recollection seemed to strike Warwick like a sudden stab. The flush died out of his face, the fire from his eyes, and an almost grim composure fell upon him as he said low to himself, with a forward step as if eager to leave some pain behind him, it is better so, for his sake I will leave all to time. Sylvia saw his lips move, but caught no sound till he said with a gravity that was almost gloom, I think you would, therefore, beware how you bind yourself with such verbal bonds. Let us go in. They went, Warwick to the drawing-room, but Sylvia ran upstairs for the Berlin wools, which in spite of heat and the sure staining of fingers were to be wound that night according to contract, for she kept a small promise as sacredly as she would have done a greater one. What have you been doing to give yourself such an uplifted expression, Sylvia? Said Mark, as she came in. Feasting my eyes on lovely colours. Does not that look like a folded rainbow? She answered, laying her brilliant burden on the table where Warwick sat examining a broken reel, and Prue was absorbed in getting a carriage blanket under way. Come, Sylvia, I shall soon be ready for the first shade, she said, clashing her formidable needles. Is that past mending, Mr. Warwick? Yes, without better tools than a knife, 2 pins, and a bodkin. Then you must put the skeins on a chair, Sylvia. Try not to tangle them, and spread your handkerchief in your lap, for that maroon colour will stain sadly. Now don't speak to me, for I must count my stitches. Sylvia began to wind the walls with a swift dexterity as natural to her hands as certain little graces of gesture which made their motions pleasant to watch. Warwick never rummaged work baskets, gossiped, or paid compliments for want of something to do. If no little task appeared for them, he kept his hands out of mischief, and if nothing occurred to make words agreeable or necessary, he proved that he understood the art of silence, and sat with those vigilant eyes of his fixed upon whatever object attracted them. Just then the object was a bright band slipping round the chair back, with a rapidity that soon produced a snarl, but no help till patient fingers had smoothed and wound it up. Then, with the look of one who says to himself, "I will," he turned, planted himself squarely before Sylvia, and held out his hands. "Here is a reel that will neither tangle nor break your skeins. Will you use?" "Yes, thank you, and in return I'll wind your colour first." "Which is my colour?" "This fine scarlet, strong, enduring, and martial, like yourself." "You are right." "I thought so. Mr. Moore prefers blue, and I violet." "Blue and red make violet," called Mark from his corner, catching the word colour though busy with a sketch for a certain fair Jessie Hope. Moore was with Mr. Yule in his study, Prue mentally wrapped in her blanket, and when Sylvia was drawn into an artistic controversy with her brother, Warwick fell into deep thought. With the pride of a proud man once deceived, he had barred his heart against womankind, resolving that no second defeat should oppress him with that distrust of self and others, which is harder for a generous nature to bear, than the pain of its own wound. He had yet to learn that the shadow of love suggests its light, and that they who have been cheated of the food, without which none can live, long for it with redoubled hunger. Of late he had been discovering this, for a craving, stronger than his own strong will, possessed him. He tried to disbelieve and silence it, attacked it with reason, starved it with neglect, and chilled it with contempt. But when he fancied it was dead, the longing rose again, and with a clamorous core, undus work. For the first time, this free spirit felt the master's hand, confessed a need its own power could not supply, and saw that no man can live alone on even the highest aspirations without suffering for the vital warmth of the affections. A month ago he would have disdained the hope that now was so dear to him. But imperceptibly the influences of domestic life had tamed and won him. Solitude looked barren, vagrancy had lost its charm, his life seemed cold and bare, for, though devoted to noble aims, it was wanting in the social sacrifices, cares, and joys, that foster charity, and sweeten character. An impetuous desire to enjoy the rich experience which did so much for others, came over him tonight as it had often done while sharing the delights of this home, where he had made so long a pause. But with the desire came a memory that restrained him better than his promise. He saw what others had not yet discovered, and obeying the code of honour which governs a gentleman, loved his friend better than himself and held his peace. The last skein came, and as she wound it, Sylvia's glance involuntarily rose from the strong hands to the face above them, and lingered there, for the penetrating gaze was averted, and an unwonted mildness inspired confidence as its usual expression of power commanded respect. His silence troubled her, and with curious yet respectful scrutiny, she studied his face as she had never done before. She found it full of a noble gravity and kindliness, candour and courage spoke in the lines of the mouth, benevolence and intellect in the broad arch of the forehead, ardour and energy in the fire of the eye, and on every lineament the stamp of that genuine manhood, which no art can counterfeit. Intent upon discovering the secret of the masked one why he exerted over all who approached him, Sylvia had quite forgotten herself, when suddenly Warwick's eyes were fixed full upon her own. What spell lay in them she could not tell, for human eye had never shed such sudden summer over her. Admiration was not in it, for it did not agitate, nor audacity, for it did not abash, but something that thrilled warm through blood and nerves, that filled her with a glad submission to some power, absolute yet tender, and caused her to turn her innocent face freely to his gaze, letting him read therein a sentiment for which she had not yet found her. It lasted but a moment, yet in that moment, each saw the other's heart, and each turned a new page in the romance of their lives. Sylvia's eyes fell first. But no blush followed, no sign of anger or perplexity, only a thoughtful silence, which continued till the last violet thread dropped from his hands, and she said almost regretfully, "This is the end?" "Yes, this is the end." As he echoed the words, Warwick rose suddenly and went to talk with Mark, whose sketch was done. Sylvia sat a moment as if quite forgetful where she was, so absorbing was some thought or emotion. Presently she seemed to glow and kindle with an inward fire, over face and forehead rushed an impetuous colour, her eyes shone, and her lips trembled with the fluttering of her breath. Then a panic appeared to seize her, for, stealing noiselessly away, she hurried to her room, and covering up her face as if to hide it even from herself, whispered to that full heart of hers, with quick coming tears that belied the words, "Now I know why I am happy." How long she lay there weeping and smiling in the moonlight she never knew. Her sister's call broke in upon the first love dream she had ever woven for herself, and she went down to bid the friends good night. The hall was only lighted by the moon, and in the dimness of the shadow where she stood, no one saw traces of that midsummer shower on her cheeks, or detected the soft trouble in her eye, but for the first time Moore felt her hand tremble in his own and welcomed the propitious omen. Being an old-fashioned gentleman, Mr. Yule preserved in his family the pleasant custom of hand-shaking, which gives such heartiness to the morning and evening greetings of a household. Moore liked and adopted it. Warwick had never done so, but that night he gave a hand to Prue and Mark with his most cordial expression, and Sylvia felt both her own taken in a warm lingering grasp, although he only said goodbye. Then they went, but while the Tluee paused at the door held by the beauty of the night, back to them on the wings of the wind came Warwick's voice singing the song that Sylvia loved. All down the avenue, and far along the winding road they traced his progress, till the strain died in the distance, leaving only the echo of the song to link them to the singer. When evening came again, Sylvia waited on the lawn to have the meeting over in the dark, for love made her very shy. But Moore came alone, and his first words were, "Comfort me, Sylvia, Adam is gone." He went as unexpectedly as he came, and when I woke this morning a note lay at my door, but my friend was not there. She murmured some stereotyped regret, but there was a sharp pain at her heart till there came to her the remembrance of Warwick's question, uttered on the spot where she was standing. Some solace she must have, and clinging to this one thought hopefully within herself, he has made some promise, has gone to get released from it, and will come back to say what he looked last night. He is so true, I will believe in him and wait. She did wait, but week after week went by and Warwick did not come. Chapter 7. Dull but necessary. Whoever cares only for incident and action in a book had better skip this chapter and read on, but those who take an interest in the delineation of character will find the key to Sylvia's here. John Yule might have been a poet, painter, or philanthropist, for heaven had endowed him with fine gifts. He was a prosperous merchant with no ambition but to leave a fortune to his children and live down the memory of a bitter past. On the threshold of his life he stumbled and fell, for as he paused there, waiting for the first step to appear, Providence tested and found him wanting. On one side, poverty offered the aspiring youth her meagre hand, but he was not wise enough to see the virtues hidden under her hard aspect, nor brave enough to learn the stern yet salutary lessons which labour, necessity, and patience teach, giving to those who serve and suffer the success. On the other hand, opulence allured him with her many baits, and, silencing the voice of conscience, he yielded to temptation and wrecked his nobler self. A loveless marriage was the price he paid for his ambition, not a costly one, he thought, till time taught him that whosoever mars the integrity of his own soul by transgressing the great laws of life, even by so much as a hair's breadth, entails upon himself and heirs the inevitable retribution which proves their worth and keeps them sacred. The tie that bound and burdened the unhappy twain, worn thin by constant friction, snapped at last, and in the solemn pause death made in his busy life, there rose before him those two ghosts who sooner or later haunt us all, saying with reproachful voices, "This I might have been and this I am." Then he saw the failure of his life. At 50 he found himself poorer than when he made his momentous choice, for the years that had given him wealth, position, children, had also taken from him youth, self-respect, and many a gift whose worth was magnified by loss. He endeavoured to repair the fault so tardily acknowledged, but found it impossible to cancel it when remorse, embittered effort, and age left him powerless to redeem the rich inheritance squandered in his prime. If ever man received punishment for a self-inflicted wrong, it was John Newell. A punishment as subtle as the sin, for in the children growing up about him every relinquished hope, neglected gift, lost aspiration, seemed to live again, yet on each and all was set the direful stamp of imperfection, which made them visible illustrations of the great law broken in his youth. In Prudence, as she grew to womanhood, he saw his own practical tact and talent, nothing more. She seemed the living representative of the years spent in strife for profit, power, and place, the petty cares that fret the soul, the mercenary schemes that waste a life, the worldly formalities, frivolities, and fears, that so belittle character. All these he saw in this daughter's shape, and with pathetic patience bore the daily trial of an over-active, over-anxious, affectionate but most prosaic child. In Mark he saw his ardour for the beautiful, his love of the poetic, his reverence for genius, virtue, heroism. But here too the subtle blight had fallen. This son, though strong in purpose, was feeble in performance, for some hidden spring of power was wanting, and the shadow of that earlier defeat chilled in his nature the energy which is the first attribute of all success. Mark loved poetry, and wrote in numbers for the numbers came, but, whether tragic, tender, or devout, in each attempt there was enough of the divine fire to warm them into life, yet not enough to gift them with the fervour that can make a line immortal, and Evio's song was a sweet lament for the loftier lays that might have been. He loved art and gave himself to it, but though studying all forms of beauty he never reached its soul, and every effort tantalized him with fresh glimpses of the fair ideal which he could not reach. He loved the true, but high thoughts seldom blossomed into noble deeds, for when the hour came the man was never ready, and disappointment was his daily portion. A sad fate for the son, a far sadder one for the father who had bequeathed it to him from the irrecoverable past. In Sylvia he saw, mysteriously blended, the two natures that had given her life, although she was born when the gulf between regretful husband and sad wife was widest. As if indignant nature rebelled against the outrage done her holiest ties, adverse temperaments gifted the child with the good and ill of each. From her father she received pride, intellect, and will, from her mother passion, imagination, and the fateful melancholy of a woman defrauded of her dearest hope. These conflicting temperaments, with all their aspirations, attributes, and inconsistencies, were woven into a nature fair and faulty, ambitious, yet not self-reliant, sensitive, yet not keen-sighted. These two masters lilted soul and body, warring against each other, making Sylvia an enigma to herself and her life a train of moods. A wise and tender mother would have divined her nameless needs, answered her vague desires, and through off the medium of the most omnipotent affection given to humanity, have made her what she might have been. But Sylvia had never known mother love, for her life came through off death, and the only legacy bequeathed her was a slight hold upon existence, a ceaseless craving for affection, and the shadow of a tragedy that wrung from the pale lips, that grew cold against her baby cheek, the cry, "Free at last, thank God for that." Prudence could not fill the empty place, though the good-hearted housewife did her best. Neither sister understood the other, and each tormented the other through off her very love. Prue unconsciously exasperated Sylvia, Sylvia unconsciously shocked PME, and they hitched along together, each trying to do well and each taking diametrically opposite measures to effect her purpose. Mark briefly but truly described them when he said, "Sylvia trims the house with flowers, but prudence dogs her with a dustpan. Mr. Yule was now a studious, melancholy man, who, having said one fatal no to himself, made it the satisfaction of his life to say a never-varying yes to his children. But though he left no wish of theirs ungratified, he seemed to have forfeited his power to draw and hold them to himself. He was more like an unobtrusive guest than a master in his house. His children loved, but never clung to him, because unseen, yet impassable, rose the barrier of an instinctive protest against the wrong done their dead mother, unconscious on their part but terribly significant to him. Mark had been years away, and though the brother and sister were tenderly attached, sex, tastes, and pursuits kept them too far apart, and Sylvia was solitary even in this social-seeming home. Dissatisfied with herself, she endeavoured to make her life what it should be with the energy of an ardent, aspiring nature, and slew off all experiences, sweet or bitter, all varying moods, successes and defeats. A sincere desire for happiness, the best and highest, was the little rushlight of her soul that never wavered or went out. She never had known friendship in its truest sense, for next to love it is the most abused of words. She had called many friend but was still ignorant of that sentiment, cooler than passion, warmer than respect, more just and generous than either, which recognizes a kindred spirit in another, and claiming its right, keeps it sacred by the wise reserve that is to friendship what the purple bloom is to the grape, a charm which once destroyed can never be restored. Love she had desired, yet dreaded, knowing her own passionate nature, and when it came to her, making that brief holiday the fateful point of her life, she gave herself to it wholly. Before that time she had rejoiced over a more tranquil pleasure, and believed that she had found her friend in the neighbour who after long absence had returned to his old place. Nature had done much for Geoffrey Moore, but the wise mother also gave him those teachers to whose hard lessons she often leaves her dearest children. 5 years spent in the service of a sister, who, slew off the sharp discipline of pain, was fitting her meek soul for heaven, had given him an experience such as few young men receive. This fraternal devotion proved a blessing in disguise. It preserved him from any profanation of his youth, and the companionship of the helpless creature whom he loved had proved an ever-present stimulant to all that was best and sweetest in the man. A single duty faithfully performed had set the seal of integrity upon his character, and given him grace to see at 30 the rich compensation he had received for the ambitions silently sacrificed at 25. When his long vigil was over he looked into the world to find his place again. But the old desires were dead, the old allurements had lost their charm, and while he waited for time to show him what good work he should espouse, no longing was so strong as that for a home, where he might bless and be blessed in writing that immortal poem, A Virtuous and Happy Life. Sylvia soon felt the power and beauty of this nature, and remembering how well he had ministered to a physical affliction, often looked into the face whose serenity was a perpetual rebuke, longing to ask him to help and heal the mental ills that perplexed and burdened her. Moore soon divined the real isolation of the girl, read the language of her wistful eyes, felt that he could serve her, and invited confidence by the cordial alacrity with which he met her least advance. But while he served he learned to love her, for Sylvia, humble in her own conceit, and guarded by the secret passion that possessed her, freely showed the regard she felt, with no thought of misapprehension, no fear of consequences. Unconscious that such impulsive demonstration made her only more attractive, that every manifestation of her frank esteem was cherished in her friend's heart of hearts, and that slew off her he was enjoying the blossom time of life. So peacefully and pleasantly the summer ripened into autumn and Sylvia's interest into an enduring friendship. Chapter 8. No. Drawn curtains shut out the frosty night, the first fire of the season burned upon the hearth, and basking in its glow sat Sylvia, letting her thoughts wander where they would. As books most freely open at pages oftenest read, the romance of her summer life seldom failed to unclose at passages where Warwick's name appeared. Pleasant as were many hours of that time, none seemed so full of beauty as those passed with him, and sweetest of them all the twilight journey hand in hand. It now returned to her so freshly that she seemed to hear again the evening sounds, to feel the warm, fern-scented wind blow over her, to see the strong hand offered helpfully, and with an impulse past control she stretched her own to that visionary Warwick as the longing of her heart found vent in an eager "Come." "I am here," a voice replied, a hand pressed hers, and springing up she saw, not Adam, but Moore, standing beside her with a beaming face. Concealing the thrill of joy, the pang of pain he had brought her, she greeted him cordially, and reseating herself, instinctively tried to turn the current of her thoughts. "I am glad you came, for I have built castles in the air long enough, and you will give me more substantial entertainment, as you always do." The broken dream had left tokens of its presence in the unwonted warmth of Sylvia's manner. Moore felt it, and for a moment did not answer. Much of her former shyness had crept over her of late. She sometimes shunned him, was less free in conversation, less frank in demonstration, and once or twice had coloured deeply as she caught his eye upon her. These betrayals of Warwick's image in her thoughts seemed to Moore the happy omens he had waited eagerly to see, and each day his hope grew more assured. He had watched her unseen while she was busied with her mental pastime, and as he looked his heart had grown unspeakably tender, for never had her power over him been so fully felt, and never had he so longed to claim her in the name of his exceeding love. A pleasant peace reigned through the house. The girl sat waiting at his side. The moment looked auspicious, the desire grew irresistible, and he yielded to it. "You are thinking of something new and pleasant to tell me, I hope, something in keeping with this quiet place and hour," said Sylvia, glancing up at him with the traitorous softness still in her eyes. "Yes, and hoping you would like it." "Then I have never heard it before?" "Never from me." "Go on, please, I am ready." She folded her hands together on her knee, turned her face attentively to his, and unwittingly composed herself to listen to the sweet story so often told, and yet so hard to tell. Moore meant to woo her very gently, for he believed that love was new to her. He had planned many graceful illustrations for his tale, and rounded many smoothly flowing sentences in which to unfold it. But the emotions are not well bred, and when the moment came nature conquered art. No demonstration seemed beautiful enough to grace the betrayal of his passion, no language eloquent enough to tell it, no power strong enough to hold in check the impulse that mastered him. He went to her, knelt down upon the cushion at her feet, and lifting to her face flushed and fervent with the ardour of a man's first love, said impetuously, "Sylvia, read it here." There was no need for her to look, act, touch, and tone told the story better than the most impassioned speech. The supplication of his attitude, the eager beating of his hand, the tender pressure of his hand, dispelled her blindness in the drawing of a breath, and showed her what she had done. Now neglected warnings, selfish forgetfulness, and the knowledge of an unconscious but irremediable wrong frightened and bewildered her. She hid her face and shrunk back trembling with remorse and shame. Moore, seeing in her agitation only maiden happiness or hesitancy, accepted and enjoyed a blissful moment while he waited her reply. It was so long in coming that he gently tried to draw her hands away and look into her face, whispering like one scarcely doubtful of assent, "You love me, Sylvia?" "No." Only half audible was the reluctant answer, yet he heard it, smiled at what he fancied a shy falsehood, and said tenderly, "Will you let me love you, dear?" "No." Fainter than before was the one word, but it reached and startled him. Hurriedly he asked, "Am I nothing to you but a friend?" "No." With a quick gesture he put down her hands and looked at her. Grief, regret, and pity filled her face with trouble, but no love was there. He saw, yet would not believe the truth, felt that the sweet certainty of love had gone, yet could not relinquish the fond hope. "Sylvia, do you understand me?" I do. But I cannot say what you would have me, and I must tell the truth, although it breaks my heart. Geoffrey, I do not love you." "Can I not teach you?" he pleaded eagerly. "I have no desire to learn." Softly she spoke, remorseful she looked, but the words wounded like a blow. All the glad assurance died, the passionate glow faded, the caress, half tender, half timid, fell away, and nothing of the happy lover remained in face or figure. He rose slowly as if the heavy disappointment oppressed both soul and body. He fixed on her a glance of mingled incredulity, reproach, and pain, and said, like one bent on ending suspense at once, "Did you not see that I loved you? Can you have been trifling with me? Sylvia, I thought you too simple and sincere for heartless coquetry. I am. You shall not suspect me of that, though I deserve all other reproaches. I have been very selfish, very blind. I should have remembered that in your great kindness you might like me too well for your own peace. I should have believed Mark, and been less candid in my expressions of esteem. But I wanted a friend so much, I found all I could ask in you. I thought my youth, my faults, my follies, would make it impossible for you to see in me anything but a wayward girl, who frankly showed her regard, and was proud of yours. It was one of my sad mistakes, I see it now, and now it is too late for anything but penitence. Forgive me if you can, I have taken all the pleasure, and left you all the pain." Sylvia spoke in a paroxysm of remorseful sorrow. Moore listened with a sinking heart, and when she dropped her face into her hands again, unable to endure the pale expectancy of his, he turned away, saying with an accent of quiet despair, "Then I have worked and waited all this summer to see my harvest fail at last. Oh, Sylvia, I so loved, so misted you." He leaned his arm on the low chimney-piece, laid down his head upon it and stood silent, trying to forgive. It is always a hard moment for any woman, when it demands her bravest sincerity to look into a countenance of eager love, and change it to one of bitter disappointment by the utterance of a monosyllable. To Sylvia it was doubly hard, for now her blindness seemed as incredible as cruel, her past frankness unjustifiable, her pleasure selfish, her refusal the blackest ingratitude, and her dream of friendship forever marred. In the brief pause that fell, every little service he had rendered her, rose freshly in her memory, every hour of real content and genuine worth that he had given her, seemed to come back and reproach her, every look, accent, action, of both happy past and sad present seemed to plead for him. Her conscience cried out against her, her heart overflowed with penitence and pity. She looked at him, longing to say something, do something that should prove her repentance, and assure him of the affection which she felt. As she looked, two great tears fell glittering to the hearth, and lay there such eloquent reproaches, that, had Sylvia's heart been hard and cold as the marble where they shone, it would have melted then. She could not bear it. She went to him, took in both her own the rejected hand that hung at his side, and feeling that no act could too tenderly express her sorrow, lifted it to her lips and softly kissed it. An instant she was permitted to lay her cheek against it as a penitent child mutely imploring pardon might have done. Then it broke from her hold, and gathering her to himself, Moore looked up exclaiming with renewed hope, unaltered longing, "You do care for me, then? You give yourself to me in spite of that hard no? Ah, Sylvia, you are capricious even in your love." She could not answer, for if that first no had been hard to utter, this was impossible. It seemed like turning the knife in the wound, to disappoint the hope that had gathered strength from despair, and she could only lay her head down on his breast, weeping the saddest tears she had ever shed. Still happy in his new delusion, Moore softly stroked the shining hair, smiling so tenderly, so delightedly, that it was well for her she did not see the smile. The words were enough. "Dear Sylvia, I have tried so hard to make you love me." How could you help? The reason sprung to her lips, but maiden pride and shame withheld it. What could she tell except that she had cherished a passion, based only on a look? She had deceived herself in her belief that Moore was but a friend. Might she not also have deceived herself in believing Warwick was a lover? She could not own this secret. Its betrayal could not alter her reply, nor heal Moore's wound, but the thought of Warwick strengthened her. It always did, as surely as the influence of his friend always soothed her, for one was an embodiment of power, the other of tenderness. "Geoffrey, let me be true to you and to myself," she said, so earnestly that it gave weight to her broken words. "I cannot be your wife, but I can be your dear friend forever. Try to believe this, make my task easier by giving up your hope, and oh, be sure that while I live I cannot do enough to show my sorrow for the great wrong I have done you. Must it be so? I find it very hard to accept the truth and give up the hope that has made my happiness so long. Let me keep it, Sylvia, let me wait and work again. I have a firm belief that you will love me yet, because I cleave to you with heart and soul, long for you continually, and think you the one woman of the world. Ah, if it were only possible," she sighed. "Let me make it so. In truth, I think I should not labor long. You are so young, dear, you have not learned to know your own heart yet. It was not pity nor penitence alone that brought you here to comfort me. Was it, Sylvia? Yes. Had it been love, could I stand as I am now and not show it?" She looked up at him, showed him that though her cheeks were wet there was no rosy dawn of passion there, though her eyes were as full of affection as of grief, there was no shy avoidance of his own, no dropping of the lids, lest they should tell too much, and though his arm encircled her, she did not cling to him as loving women cling when they lean on the strength which, touched by love, can both cherish and sustain. That look convinced him better than a flood of words. A long sigh broke from his lips, and, turning from her the eyes that had so wistfully searched and found not, they went wandering drearily hither and thither as if seeking the hope whose loss made life seem desolate. Sylvia saw it, groaned within herself, but still held fast to the hard truth, and tried to make it kinder. "Geoffrey, I once heard you say to Mark, friendship is the best college character can graduate from. Believe in it, seek for it, and when it comes keep it as sacredly as love. All my life I have wanted a friend, have looked for one, and when he came I welcomed him. May I not keep him, and preserve the friendship dear and sacred still, although I cannot offer love." Softly, seriously, she spoke, but the words sounded cold to him. Friendship seemed so poor now, love so rich. He could not leave the blessed sunshine which transfigured the whole earth and sit down in the little circle of a kindly fire without keen regret. "I should say yes, I will try to do it if nothing easier remains to me. Sylvia, for 5 years I have longed and waited for a home. Duty forbade it then, because poor Marion had only me to make her sad life happy, and my mother left her to my charge. Now the duty is ended, the old house very empty, my heart vo hungry for affection. You are all in all to me, and if and it's so difficult to relinquish my dream that I must be importunate. I have spoken too soon, you have had no time to think, to look into yourself and question your own heart. Go, now, recall what I have said, remember that I will wait for you patiently, and when I leave, an hour hence, come down and give me my last answer." Sylvia was about to speak, but the sound of an approaching step brought over her the shyness she had not felt before, and without a word she darted from the room. Then romance also fled, for PME came bustling in, and Moore was called to talk of influenzas, while his thoughts were full of love. Alone in her chamber Sylvia searched herself. She pictured the life that would be hers with Moore. The old house so full of something better than its opulence, an atmosphere of genial tranquility which made it home-like to whoever crossed its threshold. Herself the daily companion and dear wife of the master who diffused such sunshine there, whose serenity soothed her restlessness, whose affection would be as enduring as his patience, whose character she so truly honoured. She felt that no woman need ask a happier home, a more tender lover. But when she looked into herself she found the cordial, unimpassioned sentiment he first inspired still unchanged, and her heart answered, "This is friendship." She thought of Warwick, and the other home that might be hers. Fancy painted in glowing colours the stirring life, the novelty, excitement, and ever new delight such wanderings would have for her. The joy of being always with him, the proud consciousness that she was nearest and dearest to such a man, The certainty that she might share the knowledge of his past, might enjoy his present, helped to shape his future. There was no time to look into her heart, for up sprung its warm blood to her cheek, its hope to her eye, its longing to her lips, its answer glad and ready, "Ah, this is love." The clock struck 10, and after lingering a little Sylvia went down. Slowly, because her errand was a hard one, thoughtfully, because she knew not where nor how she could best deliver it. No need to look for him or linger for his coming, he was already there. Alone in the hall, absently smoothing a little silken shawl she often wore, and waiting with a melancholy patience that smote her to the heart. He went to meet her, took both her hands in his, and looked into her face so tenderly, so wistfully. "Sylvia, is it good night or goodbye?" Her eyes filled, her hands trembled, her colour paled, but she answered steadily, "Forgive me, it is goodbye." Chapter 9. Holly. "Another gift for you, Sylvia." "I don't know the writing, but it smells like flowers," said Mark, as a smiling maid brought in a package on Christmas morning. Sylvia tore off the wrapper, lifted a cover, and exclaimed with pleasure, though it was the simplest present she had received that day. Only an osier basket, graceful in design and shape, lined with moss, and filled with holly sprays, the scarlet berries glowing beautifully among the polished green. No note, no card, no hint of its donor anywhere appeared, for none of them recognized the boldly written address. Presently a thought came to Sylvia. In a moment the mystery seemed to grow delightfully clear, and she said to herself with a glow of joy, "This is so like Adam, I know he sent it. I must say it is the most peculiar present I ever saw, and it is my belief that the boy who brought it stole whatever article of value it contained, for it was very carelessly done up. No person in their senses would send a few sprigs of common holly to a young lady in this odd way," said Prue, poking here and there in hopes of finding some clue. "It is not common, but oh beautiful, we seldom see any so large and green, and full of berries. Nor is it odd, but why kind, because from the worn look of the wrapper I know it has been sent a long way to please me. Look at the little ferns in the moss, and smell the sweet moist odor that seems to take us into summer woods in spite of a snowstorm. Ah, he knew what I should like." "Who knew?" asked Mark, quickly. "You must guess." And fearing that she had betrayed herself, Sylvia hurried across the room to put the holly in water. "Ah, ha, I see," said Mark, laughing. "Who is it?" asked Prue, looking mystified. "Geoffrey," whispered Mr. Yule, with an air of satisfaction. Then all three looked at one another, all three nodded sagely, and all three glanced at the small person bending over the table with cheeks almost as rosy as the berries in her hand. Everyone knows what a Christmas party is when a general friendliness pervades the air, and good wishes fly about like confetti during Carnival. To such an one went Sylvia and Mark that night, the brother looking unusually blithe and debonair, because the beloved Jessie had promised to be there if certain aunts and uncles would go away in time, the sister in a costume as pretty as appropriate, for snow and holly made her perfect Yule. Sylvia loved dancing, and knew wallflowers only by sight, therefore she was busy. Her lover's gift shone greenly in bosom, hair, and fleecy skirts, therefore she was beautiful, and the thought that Adam had not forgotten her lay warm at her heart, therefore she was supremely happy. Mark was devoted, but disappointed, for Jessie did not come, and having doomed the detaining aunts and uncles to a most unblessed fate, he sought consolation among less fair damsels. "Now go and enjoy yourself. I shall dance no more round dances, for I'd rather not with any one but you, and you have been a martyr long enough." Mark roamed away, and finding a cool corner Sylvia watched the animated scene before her till her wandering glance was arrested by the sight of a newcomer, and her mind busied with trying to recollect where she had seen him. The slender figure, swarthy face, and vivacious eyes all seemed familiar, but she could find no name for their possessor till he caught her eye, when he half bowed and wholly smiled. Then she remembered, and while still recalling that brief interview, one of their young hosts appeared with the stranger, and Gabriel Andre was duly presented. "I could hardly expect to be remembered, and am much flattered, I assure you. Did you suffer from the shower that day, Miss Yule?" The speech was nothing, but the foreign accent gave a softness to the words, and the southern grace of manner gave an air of romance to the handsome youth. Sylvia was in the mood to be pleased with everybody, everything, and was unusually gracious as they merrily pursued the subject suggested by his question. Presently he asked, "Is Warwick with you now?" "He was not staying with us, but with his friend, Mr. Moore. He was the gentleman who pulled so well that day." "Yes." "Is Warwick with him still?" "Oh, no, he went away 3 months ago." "I wonder where." "So do one." The wish had been impulsively expressed, and was as impulsively echoed. Young Andre smiled, and liked Miss Yule the better for forgetting that somewhat lofty air of hers. "You have no conjecture, then?" "I wish to find him, much, very much, but cannot put myself upon his trail. He is so what you call peculiar that he writes no letters, leaves no address, and roves here and there like a born gitano." "Have you ill news for him?" "I have the best a man could desire, but fear that while I look for him he has gone to make a disappointment for himself." "You are a friend, I think?" "I am." "Then you know much of him, his life, his ways?" "Yes, both from himself and Mr. Moore." "Then you know of his betrothal to my cousin, doubtless, and I may speak of it, because if you will be so kind you may perhaps help us to find him." "I did not know, perhaps he did not wish it," began Sylvia, folding one hand tightly in the other, with a quick breath and a momentary sensation as if someone had snuck her in the face. "He thinks so little of us, I shall not regard his wish just now. If you will permit me, I would say a word for my cousin's sake, as I know you will be interested for her, and I do not feel myself strange with you." Sylvia bowed, and standing before her with an air half mannish, half boyish, Gabriel went on in the low, rapid tone peculiar to him. "See, then, my cousin was betrothed in May. A month after Adam cries out that he loves too much for his peace, that he has no freedom of his heart or mind, that he must go away and take his breath before he is made a happy slave forever. Ottila told me this. She implored him to stay, but no, he vows he will not come again till they many, in the next June. He thinks it a weakness to adore a woman. Impertinent. I have no patience for him." Gabriel spoke indignantly, and pressed his foot into the carpet with a scornful look. But Sylvia took no heed of his petulance, she only kept her eyes fixed upon him with an intentness which he mistook for interest. The eyes were fine, the interest was flattering, and though quite aware that he was both taking a liberty and committing a breach of confidence, the impulsive young gentleman chose to finish what he had begun, and tmst that no harm would follow. "He has been gone now more than half a year, but has sent no letter, no message, nothing to show that he still lives. Ottila waits, she writes, she grows too anxious to endure, she comes to look for him. I help her, but we do not find him yet, and meantime I amuse her. My friends are kind, and we enjoy much as we look about us for this truant Adam." If Sylvia could have doubted the unexpected revelation, this last trait was so like Warwick it convinced her at once. Though the belief to which she had clung so long was suddenly swept from under her, she floated silently with no outward sign of shipwreck as her hope went down. Pride was her shield, and crowding back all other emotions she kept herself unnaturally calm behind it till she was alone. If Gabriel had been watching her he would only have discovered that she was a paler blonde than he had thought her, that her address was more coldly charming than before, and that her eye no longer met his, but rested steadily on the folded fan she held. He was not watching her, however, but glancing frequently over her head at something at the far end of the rooms which a crowd of assiduous gentlemen concealed. His eye wandered, but his thoughts did not, for still intent on the purpose that seemed to have brought him to her, he said, as if reluctant to be importunate, yet resolved to satisfy himself. Pardon me that I so poorly entertain you, and let me ask one other question in Ottila's name. This Moor, would he not give us some clue to Adam's haunts? He is absent, and will be till spring, I think. Where I do not know, else I could write for you. Did Mr. Warwick promise to return in June? Yes. Then, if he lives, he will come. Your cousin must wait, it will not be in it shall not. The young man's voice was stern, and a passionate glitter made his black eyes fierce. Then the former suavity returned, and with his most gallant air he said, "You are kind, Miss Yule, I thank you, and put away this so troublesome affair. May I have the honour?" If he had proposed to waltz over a precipice, Sylvia felt as if she could have accepted, provided there was time to ask a question or two before the crash came. A moment afterward Mark was surprised to see her floating round the room on the arm of the olive-coloured Paney, whom he recognised at once. His surprise soon changed to pleasure, for his beauty-loving eye as well as his brotherly pride was gratified as the whirling couples subsided and the young pair went circling slowly by, giving to the graceful pastime the enchantment few have skill to lend it, and making it a spectacle of life-enjoying youth to be remembered by the lookers-on. "Thank you. I have not enjoyed such a waltz since I left Cuba. It is the rudest of rude things to say, but to you I may confide it, because you dance like a Spaniard. The ladies here seem to me as cold as their own snow, and they make dancing a duty, not a pleasure. They should see Ottila, she is all grace and fire. I could kill myself dancing with her. Adam used to say it was like wine to watch her. I wish she was here to give us a lesson. She is, but will not dance tonight." "Here," cried Sylvia, stopping abruptly. "Why not? Iliot is mad for her, and gave me no peace till I brought her. She is behind that wall of men. Shall I make a passage for you? She will be glad to talk with you of Adam, and I to show you the handsomest woman in Habana. Let us wait a little, I should be afraid to talk before so many. She is very beautiful, then. You will laugh and call me extravagant, as others do, if I say what I think, so I will let you judge for yourself. See, your brother stands on tiptoe to peep at her. Now he goes in, and there he will stay. You do not like that, perhaps. But Ottila cannot help her beauty, nor the power she has of making all men love her. I wish she could." "She is gifted and accomplished, as well as lovely?" asked Sylvia, glancing at her companion's gloomy face. "She is everything a woman should be, and I could shoot Adam for his camel neglect." Gabriel's dark face kindled as he spoke, and Sylvia drearily wished he would remember how ill-bred it was to tire her with complaints of her friend, and raptures over his cousin. He seemed to perceive this, turned a little haughty at her silence, and when he spoke was all the stranger again. "This is a contradanza, shall we give the snow ladies another lesson? First, may I do myself the pleasure of getting you an ice? A glass of water, please, I am cool enough without more ice." He seated her and went upon his errand. She was cool now, weary-footed, sick at heart, and yearning to be alone. But in these days women do not tear their hair and make scenes, though their hearts may ache and burn with the same sharp suffering as of old. Till her brother came she knew she must bear it, and make no sign. She did bear it, drank the water with a smile, danced the dance with spirit, and bore up bravely till Mark appeared. She was alone just then, and his first words were, "Have you seen her?" "No, take me where I can, and tell me what you know of her." "Nothing, but that she is Andreas' cousin, and he adores her, as boys always do a charming woman who is kind to them. Affect to be admiring these flowers, and look without her knowing it, or she will frown at you like an insulted princess, as she did at me." Sylvia looked, saw the handsomest woman in Havana, and hated her immediately. It was but natural, for Sylvia was a very human girl, and Ottila one whom no woman would love, however much she might admire. Hers was that type of character which every age has reproduced, varying externally with climates and conditions, but materially the same from fabled Circe down to Lola Mantes, or some less famous Siren whose subjects are not kings. The same passions that in ancient days broke out in heaven defying crimes, the same power of beauty, intellect, or subtlety, the same untamable spirit and lack of moral sentiment are the attributes of all, latent or alert as the noble or ignoble nature may predominate. Most of us can recall some glimpse of such specimens of nature's work in a daring mood. Many of our own drawing rooms have held illustrations of the nobler type, and modern men and women have quailed before royal eyes whose possessors lilied all spirits but their own. Born in Athens, and endowed with a finer intellect, Ottila might have been an Aspasia, or cast in that great tragedy the French Revolution, have played a brave part and died heroically like Roland and Corday. But set down in uneventful times, the courage, wit and passion that might have served high ends dwindled to their baser counterparts, and made her what she was, a fair allurement to the eyes of men, a born rival to the peace of women, a rudderless nature absolute as fate. Sylvia possessed no knowledge that could analyse for her the sentiment which repelled, even while it attracted her toward Warwick's betrothed. That he loved her she did not doubt, because she felt that even his pride would yield to the potent fascination of this woman. As Sylvia looked, her feminine eye took in every gift of face and figure, every grace of attitude or gesture, every daintiness of costume, and found no visible flaw in Ottila, from her haughty head to her handsome foot. Yet when her scrutiny ended, the girl felt a sense of disappointment, and no envy mingled with her admiration. As she stood, forgetting to assume interest in the camellias before her, she saw Gabriel join his cousin, saw her pause and look up at him with an anxious question. He answered it, glancing toward that part of the room where she was standing. Ottila's gaze was fixed upon her instantly, a rapid, but keen survey followed, and then the lustrous eyes turned away with such supreme indifference, that Sylvia's blood tingled as if she had received an insult. "Mark, I am going home," she said, abruptly. "Very well, I'm ready." When safe in her own room, Sylvia's first act was to take off the holly wreath, for her head throbbed with a heavy pain that forbade hope of sleep that night. Looking at the little chaplet so happily made, she saw that all the berries had fallen, and nothing but the barbed leaves remained. A sudden gesture crushed it in both her hands, and standing so, she gathered many a scattered memory to confirm that night's discovery. Warwick had said, with such a tender accent in his voice, "I thought of the woman I would make my wife." That was Ottila. He had asked so anxiously, if one should keep a promise when it disturbed one's peace. That was because he repented of his hasty vow to absent himself till June. It was not love she saw in his eyes the night they parted, but pity. He read her secret before that compassionate glance revealed it to herself, and he had gone away to spare her further folly. She had deceived herself, had blindly cherished a baseless hope, and this was the end. Even for the nameless gift she found a reason, with a woman's skill, in self-torture. Moore had met Adam, had told his disappointment, and still pitying her, Warwick had sent the pretty greeting to console her for the loss of both friend and lover. This thought seemed to sting her into sudden passion. As if longing to destroy every trace of her delusion, she tore away the holly wreaths and flung them in the fire, took down the bow and arrow Warwick had made her from above the Itageria, where she had arranged the spoils of her happy voyage, snapped them across her knee and sent them after the holly, followed by the birch canoe, and every pebble, moss, shell, or bunch of headed grass he had given her then. The osier basket was not spared, the box went next, and even the wrapper was on its way to immolation, when, as she rent it apart, with a stern pleasure in the sacrifice it was going to complete, from some close fold of the paper hitherto undisturbed a card dropped at her feet. She caught it up and read in handwriting almost as familiar as her own, to Sylvia, "A Merry Christmas and best wishes from her friend, Geoffrey Moore." The word friend was underscored, as if he desired to assure her that he still cherished the only tie permitted him, and sent the green token to lighten her regret that she could give no more. Warm over Sylvia's sore heart rushed the tender thought and longing, as her tears began to flow. He cares for me. He remembered me. I wish he would come back and comfort me. Chapter X. Yes. It is easy to say, I will forget, but perhaps the hardest task given us is to lock up a natural yearning of the heart, and turn a deaf ear to its plaint, for captive and jailer must inhabit the same small cell. Sylvia was proud, with that pride which is both sensitive and courageous, which can not only suffer but wring strength from suffering. While she struggled with a grief and shame that aged her with their pain, she asked no help, made no complaint, but when the forbidden passion stretched its arms to her, she thrust it back and turned to pleasure for oblivion. Those who knew her best were troubled and surprised by the craving for excitement which now took possession of her, the avidity with which she gratified it, regardless of time, health, and money. All day she hurried here and there, driving, shopping, sightseeing, or entertaining guests at home. Night brought no cessation of her dissipation, for when balls, masquerades, and concerts failed, there still remained the theatre. This soon became both a refuge and a solace, for believing it to be less harmful than other excitements, her father indulged her new whim. But, had she known it, this was the most dangerous pastime she could have chosen. Calling for no exertion of her own, it left her free to passively receive a stimulant to her unhappy love in watching its mimic semblance through all phases of tragic suffering and sorrow, for she would see no comedies, and Shakespeare's tragedies became her study. This lasted for a time, then the reaction came. A black melancholy fell upon her, and energy deserted soul and body. She found it a weariness to get up in the morning and weariness to lie down at night. She no longer cared even to seem cheerful, owned that she was spiritless, hoped she should be ill, and did not care if she died tomorrow. When this dark mood seemed about to become chronic, she began to mend, for youth is wonderfully recuperative, and the deepest wounds soon heal even against the sufferer's will. A quiet apathy replaced the gloom, and she let the tide drift her where it would, hoping nothing, expecting nothing, asking nothing but that she need not suffer any more. She lived fast, all processes with her were rapid, and the secret experience of that winter taught her many things. She believed it had only taught her to forget, for now the outcast love lay very still, and no longer beat despairingly against the door of her heart, demanding to be taken in from the cold. She fancied that neglect had killed it, and that its grave was green with many tears. Alas for Sylvia! How could she know that it had only sobbed itself to sleep, and would wake beautiful and strong at the first sound of its master's voice? Mark became eventful. In his fitful fashion he had painted a picture of the golden wedding, from sketches taken at the time. Moore had suggested and bespoken it, that the young artist might have a motive for finishing it, because, though he excelled in scenes of that description, he thought them beneath him, and tempted by more ambitious designs, neglected his true branch of the art. In April it was finished, and at his father's request Mark reluctantly sent it with his Clytemnestra to the annual exhibition. One morning at breakfast Mr. Yule suddenly laughed out behind his paper, and with a face of unmixed satisfaction passed it to his son, pointing to a long critique upon the exhibition. Mark prepared himself to receive with becoming modesty the praises lavished upon his great work, but was stricken with amazement to find Clytemnestra disposed of in a single sentence, and the golden wedding lauded in a long enthusiastic paragraph. "What the deuce does the man mean?" he ejaculated, staring at his father. "He means that the work which warms the heart is greater than that which freezes the blood, I suspect. Moore knew what you could do and has made you do it, sure that if you worked for fame unconsciously you should achieve it. This is a success that I can appreciate, and I congratulate you heartily, my son." "Thank you, sir. But upon my word I don't understand it, and if this wasn't written by the best 8 critic in the country I should feel inclined to say the writer was a fool. Why, that little thing was a daub compared to the other." He got no farther in his protest against this unexpected freak of fortune, for Sylvia seized the paper and read the paragraph aloud with such happy emphasis amid Prue's outcries and his father's applause, that Mark began to feel that he really had done something praiseworthy, and that the daub was not so despicable after all. "I'm going to look at it from this new point of sight," was his sole comment as he went away. 3 hours afterward he appeared to Sylvia as she sat sewing alone, and startled her with the mysterious announcement. "I've done it." "Done what?" "Have you burnt poor Clytemnestra?" "Hang Clytemnestra. I'll begin at the beginning and prepare you for the grand finale. I went to the exhibition, and stared at Father Blake and his family for an hour. Decided that wasn't bad, though I still admire the other more. Then people began to come and crowd up, so that I slipped away, for I couldn't stand the compliments. Dullman, Scott, and all the rest of my tribe were there, and, as TME as my name is Mark Ewell, every man of them ignored the Greek party and congratulated me upon the success of that confounded golden wedding. My dearest boy, I am so proud. So glad. What is the matter? Have you been bitten by a tarantula?" She might well ask, for Mark was dancing all over the carpet in a most extraordinary style, and only stopped long enough to chew our little case into Sylvia's lap, asking as a whole face full of smiles broke loose, "What does that mean?" She opened it, and a suspicious circlet of diamonds appeared, at sight of which she clapped her hands, and cried out, "You're going to ask Jessie to wear it?" I have, sung Mark, dancing more wildly than ever. Sylvia chased him into a corner and held him there, almost as much excited as he, while she demanded a heel explanation, which he gave her, laughing like a boy, and blushing like a girl. "You have no business to ask, but of course I'm dying to tell you. I went from that painter's purgatory, as we call it, to Mr. Hope's, and asked for Miss Jessie. My angel came down, I told her of my success, and she smiled as never a woman did before. I added that I'd only waited to make myself more worthy of her, by showing that I had talent, as well as love and money to offer her, and she began to cry, whereat I took her in my arms and ascended straight into heaven. Please be sober, Mark, and tell me all about it. Was she glad? Did she say she would? And is everything as we would have it? It is all perfect, divine, and rapturous, to the last degree. Jessie has liked me ever since she was born, she thinks, adores you and Prue for sisters, yearns to call my parent father, allowed me to say and do whatever I liked, and gave me a ravishing kiss just there. Sacred spot, I shall get a mate to it when I put this on her blessed little finger. Tiy it for me, I want it to be right, and your hands are of a size that fits grandly. When shall I see a joyful sweetheart doing this on his own behalf, Sylvia? Never. She shook off the ring as if it burned her, watching it roll glittering away, with a somewhat tragical expression. Then she calmed herself, and sitting down to her work, enjoyed Mark's raptures for an hour. The distant city bells were ringing 9 that night as a man paused before Mr. Ewell's house, and attentively scrutinized each window. Many were alight, but on the drawn curtain of one a woman's shadow came and went. He watched it a moment, passed up the steps, and noiselessly went in. The hall was bright and solitary, from above came the sound of voices, from a room to the right, the stir of papers and the scratch of a pen, from one on the left, a steady rustle as of silk, swept slowly to and fro. To the threshold of this door the man stepped and looked in. Sylvia was just turning in her walk, and as she came musing down the room, Moore saw her well. With some women dress has no relation to states of mind, with Sylvia it was often an indication of the mental garb she wore. Moore remembered this trait, and saw in both countenance and costume the change that had befallen her in his long absence. Her face was neither gay nor melancholy, but serious and coldly quiet, as if some inward twilight reigned. Her dress, a soft, sad grey, with no decoration but a knot of snowdrops in her bosom. On these pale flowers her eyes were fixed, and as she walked with folded arms and drooping head, she sang low to herself. Upon the convent roof, the snows lie sparkling to the moon, my breath to heaven like Mac hence goes, may my soul follow soon. Lord, make my spirit pure and clear, as are the frosty skies, or this first snowdrop of the year, that in my bosom lies. Sylvia. Very gentle was the call, but she started as if it had been a shout, looked an instant while light and colour flashed into her face, then ran to him exclaiming joyfully, "Oh, Geoffrey! I am glad! I am glad!" There could be but one answer to such a welcome, and Sylvia received it as she stood there, not weeping now, but smiling with the sincerest satisfaction, the happiest surprise. Moore shared both emotions, feeling as a man might feel when, parched with thirst, he stretches out his hand for a drop of rain, and receives a brimming cup of water. He drank a deep draught gratefully, then, fearing that it might be as suddenly withdrawn, asked anxiously, "Sylvia, are we friends or lovers?" "Anything, if you will only stay." She looked up as she spoke, and her face betrayed that a conflict between desire and doubt was going on within her. Impulse had sent her there, and now it was so sweet to know herself beloved, she found it hard to go away. Her brother's happiness had touched her heart, roused the old craving for affection, and brought a strong desire to fill the aching void her lost love had left with this recovered one. Sylvia had not learned to reason yet, she could only feel, because, owing to the unequal development of her divided nature, the heart grew faster than the intellect. Instinct was her surest guide, and when she followed it unblinded by a passion, unthwarted by a mood, she prospered. But now she was so blinded and so thwarted, and now her great temptation came. Ambition, man's idol, had tempted the father, love, woman's god, tempted the daughter, and, as if the father's atonement was to be wrought out to lure off his dearest child, the daughter also made the fatal false step of her life. "Then you have learned to love me, Sylvia." "No, the old feeling has not changed except to grow more remorseful, more eager to prove its truth. Once you asked me if I did not wish to love you, then I did not, now I sincerely do. If you still want me with my many faults, and will teach me in your gentle way to be all I should to you, I will gladly learn, because I never needed love as I do now. Geoffrey, shall I stay or go?" "Stay, Sylvia." "Ah, thank God for this." If she had ever hoped that Moore would forget her for his own sake, she now saw how vain such hope would have been, and was both touched and troubled by the knowledge of her supremacy which that hour gave her. She was as much the calmer as friendship is than love, and was the first to speak again, still standing there content although her words expressed a doubt. "Are you very sure you want me? Are you not tired of the thorn that has fretted you so long? Remember, I am so young, so ignorant, and unfitted for a wife. Can I give you real happiness? Make home what you would have it? And never see in your face regret that some wiser, better woman was not in my place. I am sure of myself, and satisfied with you, as you are no wiser, no better, nothing but my Sylvia. It is very sweet to hear you say that with such a look. I do not deserve it, but I will. Is the pain I once gave you gone now, Geoffrey? Gone forever? Then I am satisfied, and will begin my life anew by owing to learn well the lesson my kind master is to teach me." When Moore went that night, Sylvia followed him, and as they stood together this happy moment seemed to recall that other sad one, for taking her hands again he asked, smiling, "Now dear, is it good night or goodbye?" "It is goodbye and come tomorrow." Chapter M. Wooing. Nothing could have been more unlike than the two pairs of lovers who from April to August haunted Mr. Yule's house. One pair was of the popular order, for Mark was tenderly tyrannical, Jessie adoringly submissive, and at all hours of the day they were to be seen making tableaux of themselves. The other pair were of the peculiar order, undemonstrative and unsentimental, but quite as happy. Moore knew his power, but used it generously, asking little while giving much. Sylvia as yet found nothing to regret, for so gently was she taught, the lesson could not seem hard, and when her affection remained unchanged in kind, although it deepened in degree, she said within herself that strong and sudden passion was not TME love, but an unwise, unhappy delusion of my own. I should be glad that it is gone, because I know I am not fit to be Warwick's wife. This quiet feeling which Geoffrey inspires must be a safer love for me, and I should be grateful that in making his happiness I may yet find my own. She tried heartily to forget herself in others, unconscious that there are times when the duty we owe ourselves is greater than that we owe to them. In the atmosphere of cheerfulness that now surrounded her she could not but be cheerful, and soon it would have been difficult to find a more harmonious household than this. One little cloud alone remained to mar the general sunshine. Mark was in a frenzy to be married, but had set his heart on a double wedding, and Sylvia would not fix the time, always pleading, "Let me be quite sure of myself before I take this step, and do not wait." Matters stood thus till Mark, having prepared his honeymoon cottage, as a relief to his impatience, found it so irresistible that he announced his marriage for the 1st of August, and declared no human power should change his purpose. Sylvia promised to think of it, but gave no decided answer, for though she would hardly own it to herself she longed to remain free till June was past. It came and went without a sign, and July began before the longing died a sudden death, and she consented to be married. Mark and Jessie came in from the city one warm morning and found Sylvia sitting idly in the hall. She left her preparations all to Prue, who revelled in such things, and applied herself diligently to her lesson as if afraid she might not learn it as she should. Halfway upstairs Mark turned and said, laughing, "Sylvia, I saw Searle today, one of the fellows whom we met on the river last summer, and he began to tell me something about Andre and the splendid cousin, who is married and gone abroad it seems." I did not hear much, for Jessie was waiting, but you remember the handsome Cubans we saw at Christmas, don't you? Yes, I remember. Well, I thought you'd like to know that the lad had gone home to Cleopatra's wedding, so you cannot have him to dance at yours. Have you forgotten how you waltzed that night? No, I've not forgotten. Mark went off to consult Prue, and Jessie began to display her purchases before eyes that only saw a blur of shapes and colours, and expatiate upon their beauties to ears that only heard the words, "The splendid cousin is married and gone abroad." I should enjoy these pretty things 1,000 times more if you would please us all by being married when we are, sighed Jessie, looking at her pearls. I will. What, really? Sylvia, you are a perfect darling. Mark. PME. She says she. Away flew Jessie to proclaim the glad tidings, and Sylvia, with a curious expression of relief, regret, and resolve, repeated to herself that decided "I will." Everyone took care that Miss Caprice should not have time to change her mind. The whole house was soon in a bustle, for Prue lilted supreme. Mr. Yule fled from the din of women's tongues, the bridegrooms were kept on a very short allowance of bride, and Sylvia and Jessie were almost invisible, for milliners and mantua makers swarmed about them till they felt like animated pincushions. The last evening came at length, and Sylvia was just planning an escape into the garden when Prue, whose tongue wagged as rapidly as her hands worked, exclaimed, "How can you stand staring out of window when there is so much to do? Here are all these hunks to pack, Maria in her bed with Evely Tooth in a frightful state of inflammation, and that capable Jane what's her name gone off while I was putting a chamomile poultice on her face. If you are tired sit down and try on all your shoes, for though Mr. Peggott has your measure, those absurd clerks seem to think it a compliment to send children's sizes to grown women. I'm sure mine were a perfect insult." Sylvia sat down, tugged on one boot and fell into a reverie with the other in her hand, while Prue clacked on like a wordmill in full operation. "How I'm ever to get all these gowns into that trunk passes my comprehension. There's a tray for each, of course, but a ball dress is such a fractious thing. I could shake that Antoinette Roche for disappointing you at the last minute, and what you are to do for a maid, I don't know. You'll have so much dressing to do you will be quite worn out, and I want you to look your best on all occasions, for you will meet everybody. This collar won't wear well. Clara hasn't a particle of judgment, though her taste is sweet. These hose, now, are a good, firm article. I chose them myself. Do be sure you get all your things from the wash. At those great hotels there's a deal of pilfering, and you are so careless. Here Sylvia came out of her reverie with a sigh that was almost a groan. Don't they fit? I knew they wouldn't, said PME, with an air of triumph. The boots suit me, but the hotels do not, and if it was not ungrateful, after all your trouble, I should like to make a bonfire of this roomful of haberdashery, and walk quietly away to my new home by the light of it. As if the bare idea of such an awful proceeding robbed her of all strength, Miss Yule sat suddenly down in the TNMK by which she was standing. Fortunately it was nearly full, but her appearance was decidedly ludicrous as she sat with the collar in one uplifted hand, the hose in the other, and the ball dress laid over her lap like a fainting lady, while she said, with imploring solemnity, which changed abruptly from the pathetic to the comic at the end of her speech, "Sylvia, if I ever cherished a wish in this world of disappointment, it is that your wedding shall have nothing peculiar about it, because every friend and relation you've got expects it. Do let me have the comfort of knowing that every one was surprised and pleased, for if the expression was elegant, which it isn't, and only suggested by my trials with those dressmakers, I should say I was on pins and needles till it's all over. Bless me! And so I am, for here are two on the floor and one in my shoe." Prue paused to extract the appropriate figure of speech which she had chosen, and Sylvia said, "If we have everything else as you wish it, would you mind if we didn't go the journey?" "Of course I should. Everyone goes a wedding trip, it's part of the ceremony, and if 2 carriages and 2 bridal pairs don't leave here tomorrow, I shall feel as if all my trouble had been thrown away. I'll go, Prue, I'll go, and you shall be satisfied. But I thought we might go from here in style, and then slip off on some quieter trip. I am so tired I dread the idea of frolicking for a whole month, as Mark and Jessie mean to do." It was Prue's turn to groan now, and she did so dismally. But Sylvia had never asked a favour in vain, and this was not the moment to refuse to her anything, so worldly pride yielded to sisterly affection, and Prue said with resignation, as she fell to work more vigorously than ever, because she had wasted 5 good minutes, "Do as you like, dear, you shall not be crossed on your last day at home. Ask Geoffrey, and if you are happy I'm satisfied." Before Sylvia could thank her sister there came a tap and a voice asking might I come in. "If you can get in," answered Prue, as, reversing her plan in her hurry, she whisked the collar into a piece bag and the hose into a bandbox. Moore paused on the threshold in a masculine maze, that one small person could need so much drapery. "May I borrow Sylvia for a little while? A breath of air will do her good, and I want her bright and blooming for tomorrow, else young Mrs. Yule will outshine young Mrs. Moore." "What a thoughtful creature you are, Geoffrey. Take her and welcome, only pray put on a shawl, Sylvia, and don't stay out late, for a bride with a cold in her head is the saddest of spectacles." Glad to be released, Sylvia went away, and, dropping the shawl as soon as she was out of Prue's sight, paced up and down the garden walks upon her lover's arm. Having heard her wish and given a hearty assent, Moore asked, "Where shall we go? Tell me what you would like best and you shall have it. You will not let me give you many gifts, but this pleasure you will accept from me I know. You give me yourself, that is more than I deserve. But I should like to have you take me to the place you like best. Don't tell me beforehand, let it be a surprise. I will, it is already settled, and I know you will like it. Is there no other wish to be granted, no doubt to be set at rest, or regret withheld that I should know? Tell me, Sylvia, for if ever there should be confidence between us it is now." As he spoke the desire to tell him of her love for Adam rose within her, but with the desire came a thought that modified the form in which impulse prompted her to make confession. Moore was both sensitive and proud. Would not the knowledge of the fact mar for him the friendship that was so much to both? From Warwick he would never learn it, from her he should have only a half confidence, and so love both friend and wife with an untroubled heart. Few of us can always control the rebellious nature that so often betrays and then reproaches, few always weigh the moment and the act that bans or blesses it, and where is the life that has not known some turning point when a fugitive emotion has decided great issues for good or ill? Such an emotion came to Sylvia then, and another temptation, wearing the guise of generosity, urged her to another false step, for when the first is taken a second inevitably follows. I have no wish, no regret, nothing but the old doubt of my unstable self, and the fear that I may fail to make you happy. But I should like to tell you something. I don't know that you will care for it, or that there is any need to tell it, but when you said there should be confidence between us, I felt that I wanted you to know that I had loved someone before I loved you. He did not see her face, he only heard her quiet voice. He had no thought of Adam, whom she had known so short a time, who was already bound. He only fancied that she spoke of some young lover who had touched her heart, and while he smiled at the nice sense of honor that prompted the innocent confession, he said, with no coldness, no curiosity in voice or face, "No need to tell it, dear. I have no jealousy of any one who has gone before me. Rest assured of this, for if I could not share so large a heart with one who will never claim my share, I should not deserve it. That is so like you. Now I am quite at ease." He looked down at her as she went beside him, thinking that of all the brides he had ever seen his own looked least like one. "I always thought that you would make a very ardent lover, Sylvia. That you would be excited, gay, and brilliant at a time like this. But you are so quiet, so absorbed, and so unlike your former self that I begin to think I do not know you yet. You will in time. I am passionate and restless by nature, but I am also very sensitive to all influences, personal or otherwise, and were you different from your tranquil, sunshiny self, I too should change. I am quiet because I am in a pleasant state, half waking, half dreaming, from which I never wish to wake. I am tired of the past, contented with the present, and to you I leave the future. It shall be a happy one if I can make it so, and tomorrow you will give me the dear right to try." "Yes," she said, and thinking of the solemn promises to be then made, she added, thoughtfully, "I think I love, I know I honor, I will try to obey. Can I do more?"